Chat. Tuesday day. Chat on a Tuesday. Yeah, what's going on? Welcome in, everybody. As you might have guessed, it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, isn't it? And Tuesday. I'm here and I'm back and we're streaming. We're doing it. How are you all doing? It's good to see it. I moved my camera and now I'm like, it's not right, is it? Yeah, there you go. Because then if I lean back, it's because I moved the desk. I moved the desk a little bit to the left so that I could put Melpo's cat tree over there. And it's fucked with the angle, but never mind. You can't see the performative leftism in the background with my placard on display, telling everybody what my political opinion is. So, that's sad, isn't it? That's unfortunate, but we'll have to deal with it. How are you all doing? It's good to see you. Just Johnny, how are you doing? Welcome in. Atomically Powered, TTK, Mark Coots. We got Valerie Valkyrie. We've got Crescent Moon and Star. We got Soca Flora. Did I miss anybody? How are you all doing? What's going on? Welcome in. What are we going to be starting with today? Well, chat, I've got here a glass with ice and a straw. Yeah, you can see that, can't you? And here I've got my second bottle of chilled. You can see the condensation on it if you look there. Chilled black grape homemade soda. One of the things that I'm feeling quite proud of is that despite all the nightmare last week of Melpo and everything, I've still managed to look after myself, go to the gym. I didn't go to the gym that much, but I did go to do. I've been staying on making my own food, etc., this, that, and the other. So I made 4 bottles last week of the soda, the natural gingerbug fruit soda. I made a batch of mango, 2 bottles of mango, so it's about 750 ml, so it's about a liter, 2 liters, 2/3 of a liter. And I made, so 2/3 of a liter. Sorry, I should say. It's a liter and a half. I made a liter and a half of both. I made a liter and a half of mango, and I made a liter and a half of black grape. And all I used was 2 packets of Aldi black grapes, 2 teaspoons of sugar per each packet of grapes, the gingerbug, and that's it. You just let the fermentation work. And it's great. It's just amazing with it. Like, you know, obviously I know that it is totally natural fruit soda, right? And it's brilliant. It tastes really good. I opened a bottle on Friday night. My mate Sean comes around. We play snooker. I think I've told you that, Anna. And I just took a bottle downstairs and I just twatted it in the first fucking hour that we were down there. So I was yeah, it's really good. This one, the fermentation seemed to be doing something a little bit different. I think in the end it was just that it wasn't fermenting at the same rate, and I think it's because of the seal on the bottle. Although there is like water on the seal, and it's not just like coming off when I shake it, sort of at the top of the seal in the bottle. So I wonder if it is airtight. I'm not sure. But anyway, let's see if there's a bit of gas. You might be able to hear it. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a bit of gas. Smells fine. Went in my fucking eye, chat. I'm just going to give it a little tip upside down just to reconstitute it. And I didn't try it with the black grape. But I tried it with the mango. Just a squeeze of lime and it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. Chat, look at that. It could be, you know, manufactured like, it looks like car black grape, fizzy black grape soda, but obviously the bubbles are just not intense. You know what I mean? Did I say gash? Was that intentional? Yes. Everything I do is intentional. Even the mistakes. Hello, Lemon. How you doing? It's an interesting color. Yeah, it's black grape. You know, it's literally, it looks artificial, right? It looks fucking artificial. But it's not, I'm telling you. Like, genuinely. It's just black grape, a little bit of water to bulk it out. Literally a tiny, like, can't be more than a cup of water to bulk it out. And 2 dessert spoons of sugar. That's it, with the gingerbug. And, you know, it doesn't change color when you put any of that stuff in it. it doesn't affect the color at all. It's just, that's just what it looks like. That's nature, you know? Well, monoculture, agriculture, you know? Whatever. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Obviously, it doesn't taste like, you know, it's not like, oh my god, that's so sweet and it tastes exactly like black grape car soda or whatever, but like the flavor is there. It just doesn't have as much sugar in it. And it's just delightful. It's a delightful experience. I know I'm boasting and blowing smoke up my own ass, but I'm not bothered. I'm not trying to sell out. I'm just telling you that I made this soda and it was really good. So, you know, give it a go. If you've got time, make a ginger bug and do some soda. The only thing that I would recommend from this, because some chat will remember when I first started it, you know? And I had a couple of attempts. Fuck this socialism shit. I'm gonna sell alcohol. It's not alcohol. It's not. It's just soda. It's just naturally fermented ginger. No, it's fine. It's just, yeah, it just goes fizzy, right? That's all it is. What was I saying? I can't remember. I just really like it. It's good. Yeah, the fermentation provides a fizz. It can go alcoholic. It can develop alcohol if you leave it for a bit longer. If you ferment it for longer, right? Oh yeah, I was talking about how it took me a couple of attempts to get it right. The only advice that I give you is make sure you use new bottles, because clearly the fermentation was more intense. The two ones that I used for the grape soda were both older bottles that I've had for years. I've been using for years, and then the two that had the mango in, and the mango is the most fizzy one. Like when you open mango. Yeah, the stopper's worn out, B-Rat. That's exactly it. The stopper's just worn out. Even though I've only really had water in it. The bottles need to be sterilized, when you imagine when you start off. Just boil some water. Put it in, give it a little rinse with boiling water, pour it out. That's all I've done. So you want to sterilize the bottles like that, and you want to not use citrus. Citrus is... it didn't work for me. And I don't know why. I just think it just didn't work properly for whatever reason. Maybe the citrus was killing the microbes in the brew. So I'm not sure. Yeah, the acid is too much. Yeah, well, it's not yeast. It's the same. Yeah, it is yeast, isn't it? It is. That's what they say, isn't it? Right? It's the yeast microbes in the ginger. You need to try something wacky next, like tomato soda. Well, I'm growing tomatoes, aren't I? So maybe I could, yeah, maybe I could mix up some tomatoes, some cherry tomatoes. Can't believe you're trying to sell me your grape soda. I'm just trying to sell you the idea of trying it yourself. It's very nice. I've gone more crusty. The crust is getting worse. So I watched last night, but it's really good. It's what I've been talking about for a while. You know how I'm quite big on reclaiming whatever kind of indigeneity we have as sort of white British people. You don't even have to be white, right? Just British people, right? We live in Britain. What did our ancestors do? Even if they're not your direct ancestors or whatever, you know, just how did we live with the land and stuff, you know? So like, you know, what kind of indigenous plants and stuff do we have, and can we learn them and that? And I found a great channel. I'm buzzing. It's so good. It's just called, I think it's called UK Wildcast or something like that, right? I can't remember. I've subscribed to it last night, so I've got it in my subscriptions. And I'm going to try it. I'm going to try and find it and show you. But the guy just goes through seasonal indigenous plants that you can eat and stuff like that in the UK. So I was watching last night one about bilberry. Bilberry is great. Apparently it's British blueberries. Obviously we've got blackberries. And he talks about these intense ones as well. There's other ones that I'm not sure. Yeah, bilbus. You know what I mean? Bilberry, bilbo, bilbus. It's great. It's great that we've got a bilberry. And I want to try and find some. And there's stuff as well like called sea aster and all this stuff. Yeah, it's very, very English, right? Hey, Red Bear, by the way. Hello, Spacebag Worm. There's other people who've come in as well. Roshan Morgana, hello. Sorry I missed you. Nappers, how are you? What's up, everybody? Good to see you. Yeah, Black Forager's great. Yeah. I've been watching the Black Forager for ages. But obviously she's in America, so yeah. Blackberries are great. They're everywhere at the right time. I walked past some today. I was only in town. Didn't leave town. There's some in town. There's blackberries in town. I'm not sure I'd eat them because they're growing in, like, I don't know, a horrible, bad place. Foraging and pro at this. This is why I'm in the greens. I started making a book last year on foraging. Interesting. Hello, Morton. How are you? Parkour's language. What's up? Blackberries right now. Yeah, blackberries are the ones. Muldberry is one I learned about, and it's so yummy. What's muldberry? Dingleberry. Yeah, no, probably not that. So yeah. Hello, Bellatrix as well. Missed you, Bellatrix. How are you doing? Good to see you. Factory farming has horrible effects on blackberry mental health. That's so true. I got some nice puffball mushrooms from my backyard. They were tasty. Yeah. There's all kinds of things that you can get. Let me see if we can find it. UK Wild or something like that. I can't remember what the name is. Seasonal UK forage. It's just going to come up with loads of channels now, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. It's him. It's Wildcrafts. That's what it's called. UK Wildcrafts. I don't know anything about the guy. But here we go. Here it is. This is what we're going to start with today. Everyone's going to love this. They're going to be like, oh, I'm so glad that we're doing this really important geopolitical analysis on blackberries and bilberries. Bing bong berries. Hello. Bing bang. Hi, Hunter Biden's bathroom. How are you doing? Let's have a little look. I'm all for it. Let's go. He's very relaxing as well.
These lovely little berries are bilberry.
He just gets straight into it. That's what I love about him. That's what immediately sold me on the channel. There's no faff. He's not going, hey guys, I'm gonna go out into the forest and find some UK food. You know, none of that. He just gets straight in there, and he's very boring. I love it. This is great. This is the kind of stuff that just should be really popular. Do you know what I mean? I know what I'm saying is extremely old, like an old man, but I'm getting, you know, I'm on the way. I'm 36, right? You know, this is what happens when you get into your 30s. You start to like birds, and plants and all that stuff. It just happens. I don't know what it is. It's like a natural development thing. Everybody does it. Men, women, you know, everything, everyone in between. You know, it's literally, it's crazy. I love a boring host. That's why I'm here. It's so true. That's so true.
These lovely little berries are bilberry, Vaccinium myrtillus, or depending on where you live, you may also know them as winberry, whortleberry, blaeberry, or one of its...
Wimberry, Wiltberry, Blaeberry. Blaeberry sounds Scottish. Is that what Scots call it? Where the Scots at? Valerie's in. I know Valerie's in. Sorka's in.
They're closely related to blueberries, and as you can see, they look very similar.
Yummy berry. Those are clearly blueberries. No. They, look, he's saying it now. They're closely related to blueberries, but they're not. Because blueberries only grow in extremely cold environments. This is in summer in the UK. There'll be more campaigning in Manchester next time up. I'll take you out, DJ. Yeah, I'll be up for that. Yeah, that'd be good. Maybe a group of us can go. We can meet up at the station and get on a train somewhere or something. You know? Crime Pays But Botany Doesn't is also great. Not for foraging, but general plant info. Yeah, he's great. I love watching him. Yeah.
Acidic,
he's great.
Nutrient poor soil, and it mostly grows.
Are you not afraid of wildlife pissing on it? My mother, who was a GP, always warned me about that. Yeah, but you just, you know, with stuff like this, you just, you know, wash it and that. Like, you know, it's the same. Wildlife pisses on stuff in factory farms and all that, you know. Blaeberry's Scottish. Nice one, Val, yeah. You just fucking wash it, you win it. You just fucking wash it. It adds flavor. Yeah, the Viles disease adds flavor.
In higher elevations, it's found.
No, but seriously, chat, you should wash this stuff. Red Bear does bring up a great point because, yes, you know, if a rat pisses on it soon enough and you just eat it straight away, you might get Viles disease. So that's scary.
Numbers.
It can kill you.
Mountains, moors, and heathlands.
Yeah, wash all of it. You should wash all your produce anyway, because at the end of the day, you know, they dust it with crap Even if it's carrots, they dust it with crap to keep it fresh during transit and what have you, you know? Yeah, just give everything a quick wash before you do it. I'll never understand people who just like, they just dash mushrooms in a pan. I'm like, what are you doing? They grow in the dirt, bro. They grow in the dirt, and also, no, I think frozen peas are fine. I think frozen peas are like the only one that it's not that much of an issue, right? Because they're frozen, innit?
And occasionally...
Should you wash frozen peas? That sounds like a faff. I'm not doing that. I'll just get poisoned. I don't mind.
Next to silver birch. I find bilberry growing in woodlands grows a lot smaller, and it doesn't fruit as well because it doesn't get enough sunlight.
All the produce here has doo-doo bugs in it. That's so true, yeah.
Isn't as common in England apart from in some moorlands, but it's very common in Scotland and Wales.
I think I'll be able to get some of this in the Peak District, because the Peak District, you know, is moorland. So we'll see.
Areas such as Snowdonia.
Find some magic mushrooms. This is the kind of place where magic mushrooms grow in the UK. Places like this. They grow where sheep graze. And they often grow in clumps underneath. Can you see these little like fronds of sort of dry grass? When you get up to moorlands and in peat, can you see the difference in the colour, chat? Right? Look at that. So you can see this here. This just might be farmland, but it could probably just be other soil, like different house it, different soil. But you can see the difference there, right? You know, this here is the demarcation, and you can see it starkly, right? You've got the green stuff here, and as soon as you get into moorland, the peat, it's acidic. And it makes the grass grow a different color, or different types of grasses, you know, will grow in it. Yeah, it looks like it's dehydrated, but it's just kind of what it's like. You'll find it like this even in September, right? This is in August, so I don't know if this is what is this? Is this live? Is this footage? Yeah, it is footage. So like, it could very well be that, I don't know, he is filming this now, and this is because of the heat waves. But generally speaking, you'll find moorland looks like this anyway, you know? And yeah, there's all kinds of things grow in this more acidic soil that are, you know, obviously, yeah, things like, yeah, literally magic mushrooms. They're called psilocybin semolcienta in the UK, and they're the ones that grow in the UK, liberty caps. And they are called semolcienta because that is a Latin, yeah, I don't even know if I'm saying it right. It's a Latin name for the tip of a spear, because what they look like, let me just find it, bollocks, what have I done here? Psilocybin, or is it psilocybin, semolancieta, lancieta, or lanceta, semolanceta, semi-lance, hang on, let me show you. And what I would say about magic mushrooms is they're obviously illegal, so don't pick them, because that can get you in a lot of trouble. And that's the end of it. Some of these, I think, are a pretty good example. But, you know, don't just start foraging for stuff like this willy-nilly. Do I do that? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I just lost my fucking... all my windows. Yeah, don't just go picking mushrooms, any mushrooms willy-nilly. And of course, you can't pick these because they are illegal. They look like this when they're dry, so they look sort of golden. They've got like a nipple on the top like that. And the frills on the inside, in the right light, they look purple. But they'll be like a dark brown purple. And yeah, they're like little spear tips, yeah. And they're also called liberty caps because they look like the French liberty cap. And of course, they also do grow in France in similar areas. They grow all over Northern Europe. I think they even grow in... Don't take my word for this, but I think they might grow in New Zealand, Aotearoa. But yeah, that's that. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fucked that it's illegal. It's ridiculous. They're saying that magic mushrooms helps with dementia and Alzheimer's and stuff. I don't know where I saw that, but I saw something about it and I was like, yep, that makes sense. Where, in the past when I've done, obviously it's something I regret and you should never do it because it's illegal. But when I have consumed magic mushrooms in the past, I have very, very severe OCD and it just disappears overnight, These are too indistinct to be harvested without someone experienced to help. Yeah, don't ever pick mushrooms without help because there are lookalikes. There are some lookalikes. Like, for example, you'll find, if you don't go with someone, you'll find all kinds of unhelpful things on the internet, right? Like, so for example, I've Googled psilocybin semilanceata, right? And it brings up this. Now, I only know, because I'm experienced in identifying them, that these here on the left are not Liberty Caps. Like, in fact, all 4 of these are not Liberty Caps, right? This is the only Liberty Cap in this image, and it's gone a bit wrong. So, AI has ruined mushroom foraging. No, it was like that beforehand. Trust me, before AI was even a thing, I used to go on a website called, oh my God, what the fuck was it called? Shrooms UK or something? It might still exist. I don't know. Should we see if it still exists? Let me put some tunes on. Should we see if it still exists? Shrooms UK? I'm not gonna find it like that. It's ridiculous. All that happens when you Google it now is it comes up with like a Home Office thing and it says it's illegal to do drugs. Don't do them. Don't pick them. So I can't. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find this website. I remember going on it maybe, I don't know, just to see if it still existed about 2 years ago or something. Watch out for death caps. I mean, to be honest, look, let me find a good picture of it. You're not going to mix it up for that, right? So you don't need to, I mean, obviously none of you are going to pick it or anything like that, but in terms of lookalikes that can get you, the one that looks like it the most, this is a good picture of a Liberty Cap. This is a great picture right here. Right there. That's a great one. That is a classic Liberty Cap. It looks like a wizard wearing like a big beanie. You know what I mean? Like a skinny wizard wearing a big beanie, yeah? And this is also a pretty decent one. This is what they look like when they're wet. This is great, actually. This is very, very, like, this is a key feature, the wiggly stem. And then you can see it's, they have something, when they're like this, they have something that barely any other mushroom that looks like it does, which is why it's, important to note. But they have something called a something membrane. I can't remember what the first word before it is, but you could basically, when they're like this, you can pinch them and pull it off, right? I see those a lot. Well, there's a lot of lookalikes, so you might see them. You might see some lookalikes, but it is important to remember, like, those little bits, do you know what I mean, in order to identify them. So you've got that, and you've also got the ones that they look alike the most are Galerina autumnalis. Now, you're going to look at these and go, how the fuck can anyone mistake mushrooms for these, right? And I am pretty sure that these are Galerina autumnalis. But it has happened. Because Galerina autumnalis is deadly. It'll kill you. If you eat it, your liver will fail, right? But there are some Galerinas that people confuse all the time, and I don't know about the severity of eating them. But people mix them up for these, right? And this is not Galerina autumnalis. These are various different types of Galerina, right? All together. There's loads of these mushrooms that all look the same, which is what makes magic mushroom picking not only very illegal, but very dangerous. Obviously, if you're experienced, you can tell the difference. Like, this is the deadly one. This is autumnalis. You can see that it has like a flute on the stem. The rim of the cap is very uniform. It's not wrinkly. It's not wobbly. There's no nipple on the top. They're a brighter shade of orange, and I think when they dry, they look more brown. So you can obviously, you know. And here's another one, Gallerina marginata. I think this is the one that people get them mixed up with the most. I'm not sure if this is AI. This looks like it could be AI, but it could just be a really high-grade picture. That is what they look like, though. Hang on. Gallerina marginata. Like, you're not really going to find autumnalis in the UK, but Gallerina marginata... Oh, where is a good picture of that? I mean, yeah, they just look pretty much the same as this, but a bit smaller. They're also known as the funeral bell. Yeah, because some of them sometimes have like a vague thing that looks a bit like a... You could tell that this isn't a AI because it's so crusty, but you could kind of sort of see in these pictures why people would confuse them for Liberty Caps, because they've kind of got this little bit of what looks like a nipple at the top. People always say, oh, just look for the nipple. But it's this key indicator is the sort of, I don't know what they call it. I don't know what the scientific name is. So that's, yeah. I mean, you know, I'm not telling you how to identify magic mushrooms and pick them. I'm actually teaching you here how to avoid picking Gallerina marginata and autumnalis. So yeah, there you go. A little bit of a mushroom detour there. He talks about mushrooms in a bit, not magic mushrooms. There's a mushroom that he forages.
It can grow in huge patches.
Yeah, and death caps look very different. That was what I was talking about. You don't want to be... Yeah, you don't want to be... Look. Even with that very, very brief... Even with that very, very brief intro into identifying some mushrooms, you know that that is not any of the mushrooms that I've just talked about, right? Like, you're not going to confuse it. Like, this will kill you for sure. Like, it's why it's called the death cap. But yeah, it's you're not going to confuse that for any of the others. Chat, I'm going to leave this on with you for a sec. I'm just going to be back in a bit. Once a week, we should do a stream like that. I'd be up for that. Yeah. Just doing some nature foraging shit. Yeah, I'm up for it. Let's do it, chat. What's the one that's red with the white spots? That's Fly agaric is the common name. I can't remember. Amanita muscaris, maybe? I'll come back in a second. We'll have a look at that, yeah.
If you find ferns, gorse and heather, then you're probably in about the right habitat for finding bilberry. The bilberry is related to heather, and it forms low growing shrubs that grow in dense clumps, usually up to about 50 centimetres. The stems grow upright before branching out and becoming bushy, and the stems have a square profile so you can roll them in your fingers. The fresh growth is bright green, and the older growth is brown and woody. The leaves are oval and have a pointed tip, and they are serrated. And they grow in an alternate arrangement up the stem. The leaves are bright green when they're younger. As they mature, they go a deep red. The fruits appear from midsummer and ripen until around September. They're a deep purple colour with a whitish bloom, and they have a cogwheel-like circle at the end of the berry where the flower was. And you only get one fruit per stalk. They're not in bunches. They're smaller than the cultivated blueberries, but in my opinion they taste much better. They have a lovely sweet flavour when they're fully ripe, though they contain tannins, so can be a little acidic. They're fine to eat raw, but you shouldn't eat too many raw because the tannins can cause stomach issues. But I always eat at least a few handfuls when I'm out picking them, and I've never had any problems. The cultivated blueberries that we can buy in the shops have quite a pale flesh.
Look at that, chat.
As you can see, blueberries have a nice deep red flesh. Bilberries make a great jam or jelly, and they're also good baked in muffins. The slightly acidic flavour works well in a sorbet, and they can also be dried and used like currants or raisins.
Illegal psychedelics in my state. They sell them in edibles and powders at vape shops. What? Fly agaric? That's crazy. Fly agaric is supposed to make you feel like you're drunk. It's not supposed to be similar to the like semi-spiritual experience you can have with psilocybin mushrooms. Remember in the UK when they put through the legal highs bill and made everything illegal unless it expressly allowed, like food, it can have a psychoactive effect. Yes, correct. Those look so good in muffins. Yeah, they'd be amazing. Imagine making bilberry muffins. And you know, here's the thing, chat. The reason that I'm interested in this, and you know, I can't remember who it was in the chat earlier who said those are just blueberries. These are not like, you know, massive monocrop agriculture farmed fruits. These are things that you go to a bush in the wilderness and you pick them. They're wild, they're natural, and they might as well be the same as blueberries, but much better in terms of you know, all of the extremely beneficial nutrients and stuff that comes with them growing in the wild are still there. And also it's fun. And you feel like you're connected to the land because you know a plant that you can eat. So if you ever get fucked by the state and you end up with no home or anything like that, you can go into the wild and you can pick these fucking berries at the very least. Right? Nice as a little thing, but if everyone went foraging, it'd run out pretty quickly. Yeah, of course, it's not a sustainable food source for the nation, but you know. Also, do we know that? Is that true? If everyone went foraging for these, would they run out? They look pretty abundant to me. Like, this guy's got a big punnet full of them.
Nutritious, and they're very high in antioxidants.
That's free. That would be, how much would, this looks like 4 boxes of blueberries from the supermarket, yeah? How much is that? How much is a box of blueberries? Box of blueberries. Well, agriculture became popular because it was used as a means of control, wasn't it? Atomic. In terms of, it was one of the first currencies, right? 250 gram? I don't know. 7 euros? Aren't you in the States? Box of blueberries. Let's just say Aldi. Aldi. Oh, £1.29. Okay, a box of blueberries. Let's have a look. Here we go, right? I don't know. How many are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 2, 3, 4, 5. There's about 100, right, in this box, yeah? This is 500 grams. Let's take a look. Where did the video go? God, where the fuck has it gone? Oh, it's here. Yeah, this is 2 of them. For easily 2 of them, right?
And the young leaves can also be used to make tea. It's a slow process collecting bilberries, as they are.
Yeah, look how many of them there are. There's loads.
And you may have to brush the stems aside to find.
Anyway, blackberries. You want to talk about foraging? He goes on to blackberries. Does he do that now? No, this is sea aster. This one's really interesting.
All around the coast and in estuaries. Sea aster has thick, succulent leaves that make a great vegetable, especially when sautéed in butter. They're already quite salty, so there's no need to season them. They've got a nice, salty, irony flavour. The leaves are lanceolate.
That's like, chat, this is like indigenous English spinach. Yeah, you're not going to get gammons eating this, are you? Going on about being indigenous English and all that. Can you imagine if they went out to the fucking countryside like this, like, what are you, picking leaves? Sounds fucking gay, that. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to happen, is it? Like, they're all going on about this indigenous shit. Like, we're indigenous Brits. Rudder. Can you drive? Do you have to go anywhere? Do I have to? Can't be asked for that. Just going to go Mackey's, mate. Like, these people are just, they're impossible. Totally impossible. If they were out in the wilderness, they'd die immediately. They would just panic. They would be like, where's a fucking Mackey's? Can't get one. Well, I'm fucked. Dead, right? They're not going to try and fucking, I know that I'm often very like pro-human, and I think, humans are good naturally, they understand stuff, this, that, and the other. I just have no hope for any of those kinds of people. They're just, there's no way, there's just no fucking way. Gammons in this country would just be like completely useless, because I bet they've never fucking looked at any of this. Oh, you could eat that, fucking it. It's ridiculous.
Late or long and
just grows like grass. You can eat it. There's loads of it. You'll never starve if you're out there and you get lost.
A more spoon-shaped.
Can you imagine? Andrew Neil doing this. I would pay good money to see, what's that show? Naked and Afraid? Didn't Seth Rogen do it or something in the States? Like, they just drop you in the wilderness, naked and afraid, and you have to try and survive and all this. Obviously, it's hard mode in the States, innit? Because there's like bears and snakes and all that shit. Cougars. But in the UK, it would be a piece of piss. What are you going to come across? A badger? A very rare, like, a place where the wolves have been reintroduced. Where do they do that now? Like in Scotland, right? They got wolves in Scotland, yeah? 5-mile walk to the services. They should do this. I'd pay money to watch Andrew Neil do that, to be naked and afraid. First of all, I'd pay money to see him naked and afraid, because that'd just be funny. Just the concept of that on its own without anything else on top of it, that'd just be very funny. In the wilderness. And then on top of it, he's got to try and survive, and he's got to figure out how to pick sea aster and bilberry.
There's nothing dangerous.
We've never had to have done any of this under Margaret Thatcher.
Coastal or estuary.
Can you believe
habitat.
this?
It does look very similar to sea lavender, which has thinner and less succulent leaves. Sea lavender is also edible, but not as...
No, come on. No, you can't. No. I know that you're trying to be like, oh, Andrew Neil naked. I don't want to see that. But no, come on. It would be funny as fuck. Yeah? Not because you're looking at his knob or his ass or anything like that, obviously. Because it'd just be funny, wouldn't it? It'd be vulnerable and afraid. That's the funny part of it. Come on.
Aster leaves can...
Anglo-punk, welcome in, by the way.
Early or mid-spring. But they're still good this time of year when there's not as many good greens around, and they'll keep sending up new young shoots right into late summer.
Oh, there's a conversation every few years about reintroducing them, but it's never actually happened. Oh, thanks, Val. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Sea aster.
I was under the impression that the ball was rolling, so to speak.
And it's also much easier to ID now, because this is when the flowers appear. So they're quite...
Yeah, you can have that. You can have any of that. GB News sensor bar over his knob. Yeah, no probs. No probs. I don't mind. It's not, like I say, it's not about seeing his penis. It's about seeing him naked and afraid.
Daisy-like in appearance. They've got the yellow centre, but they've got quite thin petals that are either mauve or white.
Reintroducing walls would massively benefit trees growing. Yeah. No, I believe it. Yeah, because obviously the deer population. I didn't understand it years back, but it totally makes sense now. That so many deers, there's no more predators, all that kind of business, and I think it's kind of the natural thing. It's a part of colonizing the country, right? Removing indigenous animals. And I know that it's not the same. It's not the same as the colonization we did in Africa, but in terms of like, the state colonizing, it was all the Normans, it was the Tudors, it was everything. It was the enclosure of the commons, all of that stuff, wasn't it? Have you thought about trying to make dandelion and burdock? Yeah, exactly. Dandelion and burdock. Burdock root, dandelion root, all that stuff. Yeah, it's cracking. Luna Mothwings does it. The streamer. She was doing it on. I think it was on Instagram. I saw her do a video of it. Go check out Luna. I could have asked TTK to do that. Sorry. I'll remember. But yeah, she was doing dandelion root. She got some dandelion root, washed it, stored it, did all the stuff you need to do to it, made some drink or something. I can't remember. She was eating it. She tried some, and she said was like, I can't remember what she said it was like, but she's done it on her as content on her Instagram, I think.
Tidal areas.
One of the issues here is that there's backlash because of our right to roam, but it's not just our land. You've got right to roam. That's good. It's not just our land. Yes, because people are saying, oh, we want a right to roam, but we don't want to be attacked by wolves, yeah? I mean, that's kind of what you got to deal with, innit, if you're going into nature. Like, I've always thought that. I've always thought it's not that dangerous going into nature. That's why I'm saying, that's obviously where all this came from, right? We don't have any wolves in the UK, so it wouldn't be the same as American Naked and Afraid. But if we had wolves, it'd be great, because it'd be Naked and Afraid. It'd be the same. What's the other one that we had? We had another predator, bears. We had bears, right? Rob, how you doing? Wolves are pretty good at avoiding humans. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's that as well. I know what dandelion is, but burdock I can't remember. I think burdock is a root. Should we have a look? Let me have a look while we're talking about it. Dandelion honey is a no-bee honey, vegan honey. Let's go. Okay, apparently burdock looks like that. Could be fake. I don't know. Wild Food UK. Dandelion and burdock. Flowers. Purple and like a thistle until dry and brown, forming a burr. Seeds. The burrs or seeds in the annoying parts stick to your clothes. The roots are black and like a very long carrot. Due to stony soil it usually grows in, they become forked or stunted. Waste ground, meadow edges, gardens, roadsides, along footpaths, woodland edges. They grow everywhere, mate. They grow everywhere. There's plenty of other hazards. I learned about something terrifying. Oh my god. I can't remember what they're called. They're called something else. Oh my god, what are they called? Oh my god, they're not called sinkholes. They're called something else. Someone did a video on it on YouTube. Unstable ground pit, countryside, UK. Chat, this is fucking terrifying. Is that what it's called? A swallow? Is that what it is? No. Yes? No. Giant hobweed? No. It's not a plant. It's a... No. A hell pit. Maybe they are called hell pits. Hampson manifold. Fucking, what is it called, man? Jesus wept. Dangerous ground hiking hazard. UK. God, Google is so bad now, isn't it? Is it going to be in some of these hazards and risks on Dartmoor? Isn't it in your internet history? I saw it fucking like 6 months ago or something. Mountain safety, Met Office, mountain safety. Boggy. Right, okay, I'm going to describe what it is and maybe you'll be able to tell me what it is, chat. Right, maybe you'll be able to tell me what it is. I saw it and it stuck in my mind. It was just one of those things that I was looking at. It's not a bog. Let me describe it to you. It's a bit of land, right, where you'll be walking and you can see from a height that it is a different color to the grass because it's extremely hydrated, because essentially what it is it is an unstable bit of peat and turf, grass that has grown over, it's not a marsh, a grass that has grown over like a circle, a pit, right? And that's kind of what it is. It's things that the land is like rubber, yeah. And basically, if you just stand on it, you will just fall in to a fucking cavern full of water and probably drown. and there's like bones of sheep and stuff in there that have fallen in and all this business. I can't remember what it's called, but it's fucking terrifying. And if you just like stray from a path or something and walk into one of these things, you could be fucked, even if there's someone with you. A swallow hole, is that what it's called? That's not what I remember. It could be, though. Swallow hole. Sinkhole. Well, yeah, this is kind of it, but it's like, you just, in the thing that I've seen, in the video that I've seen, it's got one of them really silly British names, right? You know, where it's just like, what do you call it? It's called something like a Hapford Blag, right? I don't know. It's not any of these words that you would know. Quick grass. It's not any of the high scrutiny. Dolene shake hole. I think it might be a shake hole. Oh yeah. There you fucking go. Oh my god. Yeah, this is it. Thank you, Anglopunk. This is fucking terrifying, bro. You will just fucking fall in. Hang on, there's a video on YouTube. Oh my god, chat. This is it. It's fucking ridiculous. This is the picture that I just found. And yeah, there you go. You can see them from the. Now they don't always have that. You know, the sort of divot that they're in, or the pit. They could just be flat ground. Shake hole, like the end of my weed bag. Oh my god. YouTube shake hole. Area of shake holes. Here we go. Oh my god, these are terrifying. Well, why is there no fucking... Oh. I think it's this. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Oh my god, 3 years ago. It's one of these early AI videos. Oh no, there's a guy, there's footage.
A map and a compass to navigate back to the place where I was last night. And in the daytime here, I can actually see, right here, I am actually surrounded, literally surrounded, by circular depressions in the ground. I don't know if you can see them, but here's one. There's another one here. There's a line of them over there. There's some deep ones there. And all around me, I'm surrounded by these holes in the ground. These are shake holes, and they can form anywhere where the rock or the ground is permeable, like limestone. This is a limestone area. Permeable just means that water can seep through it. It doesn't actually seep through the limestone itself. What it does is it seeps through the cracks.
I know, that was freaky, wasn't it, Nappers?
And eventually that's eroded and the cracks get larger and larger. So some of these holes have potholes in the bottom of them. Some of them are just covered in grass. You know, you can't tell which one's which. So this is a limestone area. So as I said, this is also an area of shake holes, as it says on the map. Let's have a closer look at one of these holes, and we'll go through it and actually see how it's
fucking terrifying. It makes me never want to go to the countryside again. Literally, the earth could open up and swallow you whole.
Formed. This is a typical shake hole. It's circular and it's quite a deep depression. So as the water runs down the sides, it carries away any mud and small stones, and it goes into the cracks at the bottom of the shake hole. It then runs down.
Consider the old magma tubes in Hawaii. You can fall through a thin layer of dirt and end up trapped. That's crazy. Oh my god, yeah, same kind of fear. Yeah, Jesus.
Caves that below, water will always go downhill until something stops it, or it's easier to flow in a different direction. So it'll go.
Hey, Mouse Rat, welcome in.
This way, and it will form a pothole until it arrives at a cave, and then it will flow off.
Chat, I love shit like this so much. I love videos like this. It just gives me a really it's just really calming. I don't know why. We played in shit like that as kids. I am mushy. Knocking around in the shake holes.
Between a pothole and a cave is you enter a cave horizontally, and you enter.
I'm sometimes amazed we were allowed to just play in forests with limestone terrain. Yeah.
A lot of shake holes.
He's kneeling at the mouth of the Sarlacc. It's so terrifying.
Very careful when I'm walking around. Make sure I don't go into them. Now, in some ways, shake holes.
This is one you see what I mean. You could just see very slightly. There's a different color in the grass, but it might as well be the same level as the terrain. Do you see what I'm saying? Like this one doesn't even have a pit. There's not even a pit here. It's terrifying.
This one behind me, which don't have a visible pothole at the bottom of them, are actually more dangerous than those with a pothole that you can see. Because if you're walking along in undulating terrain like this area, especially at night, and you're not paying very close attention to where you're walking, you may actually just walk down the side and up the other side, and you'd never even know that you're walking in such a what's the word, hazardous location.
Hey, Link.
Now, there may
Say hi PvP, hi PvP. Like cast, that was something that came up before.
That shake hole with just a few cracks in the rock, you know, where the water's seeping through. Or there could be just a couple of centimeters of...
Who's walking up on the moors at night? Oh yeah, any excuse to get this out. Any excuse to get this scene out. This the whole bit? Here we go. Who's walking on the moor? Who's walking up on the moors at night?
What do you think was wrong? I have no idea. Maybe that pentangle was for something supernatural.
Oh, I see. And they were too embarrassed to talk about it because they just felt so silly.
They were ashamed.
Yeah. Oh, please, don't rain. Oh, of course.
Oh, David.
Yes, I'm well aware of how pleasant the weather is in Rome at the present time. Thank you.
Santa Lucia. Santa Lucia.
Foreign.
Santa
Applause. Thank you, YouTube subtitles.
It's a cold and a wet out of here.
Perhaps they'll be safe in the rain.
They'll not be safe in the rain, Pet. They'll be fucked.
No one brought them here. No one wanted them here.
You could have told them.
Are you daft? And what do you think they'd say? They'd think us mad.
He's right.
Listen. Do you hear it?
This guy's a great actor. He's in like every film in the 80s. Every single film that came out in the 80s, if they needed a weird British guy, they just got this guy. Like Copper, Bouncer, Weirdo in the Pub, anything like that. Is that Rick Mayall as well, by the way?
Do you hear it?
That looks so... I think it's Rick Mayall, isn't it? Isn't that Rick Mayall? He's doing like an extra bit. Yeah. This is a great film. It just looks like him. It's not him.
I heard nothing.
I heard nothing. There's no good to be come from messing with them Yanks. It's not him. It just looks like him. Yeah, it looks so much like him. Fucking hell.
I heard that.
What was it?
Could be a lot of things.
Yeah?
A coyote.
There aren't any coyotes in England.
The Hound of the Baskervilles?
Picos Bill?
Heathcliff.
Heathcliff didn't howl.
No, but he was on the moors. It's a full...
You've looked it up. It is Rick Mayall. Yeah. I thought that was true. Which film is this? This is An American Werewolf in London.
Beware the moon and stick to the road. Oops.
Chat, this black grape fruit soda is really good.
Yeah.
It's just as good as the last one. No, that's the funniest bit about this film is that they're on the Yorkshire moors, and then when he gets attacked in a minute and they take him to the hospital, he's in London. It's like, yeah, I guess there's just no hospitals up north. We just have mud huts. Darts, play them with wood. Manchesterism, that's what they call it. Do you know why they call it Cottonopolis? Because we profited from slavery. No one talks about that, do they? No one talks about that Manchesterism, do they?
Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, Krill, what's up?
We're lost.
Oh, shit, David. What is that?
I don't know. Come on.
Come on, where?
Anywhere. I think we should just keep moving.
It's actually just the sound of Thatcher. That's all it is. You know, it's the 80s, it's the North. That's just Thatcher. That's just Margaret Thatcher. She's waking up. She's got out the coffin. She's taking a big stretch. She's going, "Ah!" ready to murder some Yanks who came to the North. Hey, Al, how you doing? Reagan gifted me you.
It's moving.
I've always wanted to kill a Yankee.
It's circling.
Ever since you stopped slavery.
Oh, fuck.
What's the plan?
Give me your milk.
Let's just keep walking. That's right. A lovely stroll on the moors. Tra-la-la-la-la. Isn't this fun?
Oh, it's a great film, this. You'd never think it was John Hughes.
You think it's a dog? Oh, shit. What is it?
Yeah, it's a sheepdog or something. Come on, turn slowly. Let's walk away.
Nice doggy. Good boy.
Come on, Jack. Walk away.
Walking away. Yes, here we are, walking away.
No, that's true. There's no
You
trees.
see anything?
There's no trees in England.
Sounds far away.
Not far enough. Come on.
Jack! What? Where are we going?
I don't know. I'll tell you when we get there.
Okay, because...
Oh, he fell in a shake hole. Oh, my God.
You really scared me, you shithead.
You gonna help me up or what?
Oh, no. Just come for your milk. Get some at Silver. It's the only way to stop her. Or just wait for 30 years and she'll have a stroke. Anyway, there you go. That's who's out on the moors in the middle of the night.
Mud with some grass growing into it. And directly underneath that mud is a void. There's nothing there. If you walk into it, well, it would be problematic. So because these type of shake holes look so innocuous, they are actually extremely dangerous.
What my YouTube search gave me, what is this? Oh, yeah, it's
does have
actual big sinkholes. Yeah, no, these are more terrifying. Like, look at chat, look at this. Oh my God. If you just take 2 steps into there, you would go zip and drown or whatever. Mental. Absolutely mental. There's no there. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to tell at all.
And the pothole is going to be even harder to see unless there's a full moon directly overhead.
You got to stick to the paths.
The depths, the lower
you got to do it. You got to
sections
stick
of
to the paths.
are going to be darker. And so the pothole, by its very nature, because it's just a hole in the ground, is going to be almost impossible to see.
You're not going to find any videos of someone falling into a shake hole, because when people fall in these, they just die. Some soothing music to make the 1 meter wide pothole seem less scary than it is. Ah! Ah!
The thing to consider is that you're never actually going to know how deep that pothole is at the bottom of a shake hole. It may be 1 meter deep and then the water starts to seep through cracks in solid rock, or it may be 100 meters or 300 foot straight down. You're not going to know. So I've got a rock. I'm going to take the microphone off now and I'm going to put it as close to the edge as I dare.
Brass, this is
Let's see how long
insane.
it takes this rock to hit the bottom. Should give us an indication. I'm not going to go close to the edge because it may just collapse. Okay, here we go.
No way, bro. No fucking way. That has to be put in post. There's no way. I don't believe it. It can't be. That is 300 feet deep. If that's true, that's 300 feet. You'd just be dead. You're out. You're not getting out. You're not getting cell fucking signal down there, are you? You're not getting any fucking bars. Wherever the fuck that is. Gaia hungers. Mother Earth is ravenous for souls.
I'll get my microphone back on again. That was
Mental.
about 3 seconds now. I'm going to come away from the edge. That's I don't know how far down that is. Maybe
Hey, Ovina Meister, how you doing?
In the comments section. How far down does it take a rock to
I wonder if they're not as dangerous in forests because they get branches and shit falling into them over time to break the top layer down. Yeah, probably, right? Probably. You gotta find some old, crusty Slovenian guy, B-Rat. You gotta find... You gotta find some old, crusty Slovenian guy who knows about shake holes in the forest, in the limestone forest in Slovenia. I'd like to support the map reading channel. The rock was falling for 3.5 seconds. The depth of the pothole was 51 meters. That's 51 people. It's 51 people deep. That's ridiculous, mate. That's ridiculous. That's like a fucking 10-story building. No, I think I'm exaggerating. It's not a 10-story building. Is it a 10-story building? Is it a 50-story building? I think I'm underestimating it. If the height of a room is like 2 meters inside a shake hole, ain't no way. Oh, bro, that's crazy. No, yeah, you're fucked. All the walls are slippy and shit. Hey, Ford, what's up? No, there's no way that you'd get out at all. If you just fell down there. Oh my god. No, no, no! My god. My god. 51 meters is about the deepest I've gone on a single rope in a descent. Yeah, you would die. You would break your leg immediately. It's terrifying. So anyway, if you're out in the countryside, stick to the paths. It's a mountaintop that's so overgrown you can't see the cracks. Essentially what it is, let me get back to this video. So they just look like that. Some of them just look like this. And if you're walking on the moors, or anywhere really, in England, I suppose in Europe, I don't know, they're probably common. It can't just be like an English or Scottish or Irish phenomenon, right? They might not even be in Ireland, I don't know. But these are in England, clearly, because, you know, the guys in England and that. And, yeah, if you just take a wrong fucking turn, you're falling 51 feet down a fucking... No, I know, Atomic. That's why it freaked me the fuck out, because I've been walking on moors hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. Hey, YouTube, don't crawl into caves. No, it's not about crawling into caves. If you're just walking along, this ground is uneven. You're falling 51 feet, you're dead. It's done, it's over. You know? My god. Counting the space between floors for support and wiring and ventilation, it's still probably at least 20 to 30 stories. Yeah, it's 20 to 30 stories. Chat, if you've just come in, this guy dropped a rock into this and it fell for 3.54 seconds or something. 3.25 seconds, approximately 51 meters. You're just done. Death crevices around me and Sask have the decency to not have grass hiding them. Yes, don't go hiking. Never go outside. Never touch grass. Grass eats you, actually. In some places, the grass provides cover for the stomach of hell. Hey, Artie, how you doing? Welcome in. I heard about this English phenomenon, what looks like a little bullshit stream. If you fall in, you're absolutely dead, just deceptively deep and fast. Yeah. I can't remember what that's called. That's in... We looked at that on stream a while ago. What is that called? It's in the Midlands somewhere. The Strid. Yes, thanks. Yeah. The Strid. Oh my god, this one's terrifying as well. Bolton Abbey,
Behind
Yorkshire.
Me is a bit of water.
Oh, it's Tom fucking Watts'.
There are a couple of...
Tom Scott. Tom Scrott.
Strids in Britain, but this is the one on the River Wharfe at Bolton Abbey in Yorkshire. And I reckon it is the most dangerous stretch of water anywhere on Earth.
Insane.
Now, that's a bold claim, I know. There are certainly rivers that have taken more lives, and there are rapids and waterfalls that few boats could ever sail, but generally, you can see them coming. This is just an innocent stream in the middle of some woods. You could jump over it. People occasionally do. But
why would you try? Why would you risk it?
It'll kill you. This is what the river looks like about 100 metres upstream. Same river, all that water went down. Thanks to the local geology, the river basically turns on its side, gouging out passages and tunnels in the rocks below.
It doesn't do that. What are you on about?
They're actually overhangs.
How can a river turn on its side? What are you talking about? A river turns on its side? He means like the ground, doesn't he? He means like that's stupid. That's not how water works.
There isn't any riverbed just below the surface. It's a deep, boiling mass of fast and deadly currents. There are claims that falling in...
Yeah, you can kind of see, right? You can kind of see, like, this is odd. Like, just looking at this, not even being a river understander, yeah? I'm not a river understander. I'm not a big river guy. I'm not... Who's that guy? Big River Man. What's that show that was on Bravo or whatever? Fucking... You know, I'm not a river knower. Yeah? But even just looking at this, you can just see there's something cursed about it. It's like, why are all these bubbles in the middle like that? What's going on there? Yeah, Stephen River. No, I know he means when he says the river turns on his side, he's saying going wide from going deep. But think about it. What is the river, right? The river is the water, innit? Like, if it wasn't a river, it'd just be a valley. If the water wasn't there, it'd be a valley, wouldn't it? So he didn't say the valley's turning on its fucking side. He said the river's turning on its side. That's not how water works. You can't turn an incongruent, you know, mass of molecules on its side. That's not how it works.
100%.
Doesn't make any sense. It's always it's turning around 360 degrees all the time.
There's no way to confirm that, of course.
He's chatting rubbish.
Local person doesn't die in river.
Chat, what I'm trying, yeah, is that everyone in this chat likes to be pedantic, don't they? Yeah, they love being pedantic, so I'm giving it a go.
Doesn't make the news, but it has claimed a lot of lives. There are even tales from the 12th century of a young boy set to be the future King of Scotland who died trying to jump across.
Chatter's prerogative.
And anything or anyone that falls in might not come out in any recognisable form. It could just get pulverised against the rocks underwater.
Jesus wept.
And over and over again. I'd try and put a camera in, but then...
River not rotated, water wet, Tom Scroat destroyed. Exactly. Tom Scrot. Cumstered, dumpstered in the marketplace of ideas.
Isn't sharp, it just curves towards the water and it's covered in slippery moss. Besides, the water is opaque and brown with...
Actually, it would be more of a small canyon in that segment.
Is it survivable? Maybe.
Actually, it's more of a gorge.
Equipment and a lot of luck. And you'll find occasional testimony from foolhardy people who've swum in the Karma pools at the bottom on drier days, but that's also where a young child drowned back in 2010. That's why it's so dangerous. It looks safe. It looks...
it's a meander.
And it'll kill you.
Mental. Thank you, Tom Scrot. I would just climb out. Yeah, you're built differently. Actually, I would just get out. Yeah, this, you know, the most dangerous river in the world, just get out of it, innit? If you're in, just get out.
And they lose their petals quite easily, these flowers.
Right, so we're back on Sea Aster now.
Blowing off.
Don't worry, we'll get to the news in a bit, chat. I'm just enjoying this. I'm just enjoying a bit of nature stuff.
I'm here, about this size. I do actually quite like...
Yeah, actually, I'd just drink all the water. I'd actually just drink the water and drain the river.
Raw as well. Blackberries have to be one of the most common fruits in the UK. In other parts of Europe that I've visited,
look how many of them there are, chat. There's just
them, but they don't.
If there's one forageable thing in the UK that is completely abundant, and I don't think that even if everyone went out tomorrow and started foraging for it, they would not run out of the supply, it's blackberries. They just grow everywhere, and there's always so many of them. And to be honest, the ones that we come across here in town, in urban centres, right, even in some suburbs, they're all picked by loads of people because there's just loads of yogurt weavers who love picking them, aren't there? Like me. And even then, there's loads of them left.
Seem to be quite as common. But in the UK, pretty much every patch of waste ground, every hedgerow or roadside has blackberry. And just look at the size of the patch I've got here.
Yep, they're just everywhere. Look at that. Literally abundant. Mental.
And this time of year, they're perfectly ripe.
Look how ripe they are. It's so nice.
As mid-July.
Chat, imagine me making, a homemade fruit soda out of bilberries and blackberries. Bilberry blackberry soda. Imagine that.
August is
That's the next project.
Area. And this year seems to be a really good year.
Whiplash from dangerous nature to nurturing nature.
Harvest.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we do.
Really big.
We're in awe of and worship Mother Earth.
Juicy fruits and lots of them.
Moving to the UK for infinite blackberry glitch. Hey, bourgeois beef.
Absolutely perfect.
We always got told to leave the ones next to roads because country folk are berry snobs. Wait, what? Leave the ones next to the roads? Berry snobs. Don't eat ones close to the ground without washing them unless you like fox piss. There you go.
One's this good. Never make it.
Oh, it's pollution from the road. I'm with you. Yeah.
Make it eaten.
Picked some from our community garden yesterday. Let's go. Let's go.
It's best to wait until they're completely ripe.
No, you wanna go out into like semi-nature. Even if you just went on a little hike in some countryside near some farms, you'd find some of these dead easy in the UK. I reckon you're probably only ever about 10 minutes away from a blackberry bush in the UK, to be honest.
Quite a lot of difference. So like this one where it's
probably the same in Ireland.
That's perfect. And they've got like a almost
I say Britain.
Bright sheen.
Britain and Ireland.
Right.
England, Scotland, Wales and Ireland.
Yeah, it makes a lot of difference to the flavour. They're a lot sweeter. If they're not quite ripe yet, they can be quite acidic. See those ones there? They're perfect. And that one's still a little bit hard, so he's not quite ready yet. And
Hey, fell out of a linden tree.
Pretty much fall off the stem like that one did.
Too hot here. Yeah, I don't know if you're in Britain, but yeah, it's getting warm again today,
Give
isn't
any
it?
resistance when
It rained today and it's getting pretty warm.
Then they're not ripe.
Blackberry and apple crumble is a top tier pudding, hell yeah, you know it.
It's a fruit that most kids in the UK learn to pick from quite a young age because there's nothing dangerous that you can mistake them for.
Yeah, that's also the other benefit, right?
Blackberries make a good jam or cordial, and they go well with apple in crumbles or pies.
Apple crumbles and pies.
They can just be eaten as they are straight.
Now this is where he starts to get into the advanced class, and it's mental, right? Check this out. Now, Valerie before mentioned giant hogweed, and there is a lot of giant hogweed that you can find in the UK. If you get any of it, rub up on it, it will irritate your skin for weeks and weeks and weeks. It could put you into shock and maybe even kill you, especially if you ingest it, right? And it looks really similar. Yeah, it gives you third degree burns. Obviously, they're not. Yeah, they're not. It's third degree light burns, right? Isn't it? Because it's not obviously fire. Right, it's a chemical. It's a chemical that it gives off, so it's like a chemical burn. But yeah, you want to be really careful if you're getting about in shrubland or anything like that. Yes, it makes your skin sensitive to the sun. Correct. Yes.
This is wild angelica.
So this stuff, he's like, this is wild angelica, and you can eat this, but be careful because it looks exactly like hogweed, and if you eat that shit, you're fucked.
Angelica sylvestris. It's a fairly common plant in the UK.
It'll give you a giant hog from the inflammation, yeah.
So look in damp meadows, woodlands, and along streams.
That's how it works.
It normally grows to about 1.5 meters tall, and the plant has an overall purple pinkish color to it.
And also, like, it's almost indistinguishable from hogweed. Let's have a look if we can find pictures of hogweed. Yeah, like, it's just fucking mental, mate. Like, look at this plant. It looks so innocuous, right? It's just... it looks almost the fucking exact same. It's fucking mental. Boy 8 scarred for life after toxic giant hogweed plant causes blisters and burns. Scarred for life from a plant, chat. So yeah, it's nuts. Like the stems, I think it's these little hairs and stuff. But even if you get near the pollen, it can do you in. Hogweed grows in my ditch. Yeah, that's terrifying. There's wild parsnip here that does the same thing. I wonder if it's a regional name for the same plant. It's just the root that's edible. Yeah, I think that because this is what it is. It's got here. Wild food, UK. We never got any of this and would play round the ones that are innocent. Thank fuck. Yeah. Yeah, imagine. God damn it. That would be fucked. Yeah, it's saying here, like, this is on Wild Food UK or whatever. Is it the same family as carrots? That's nuts. Danger forage. Danger forage. This guy's got a video on it and all.
Hi, it's Marlo from Wild Food UK.
Hiya, Marlo.
The lovely Herefordshire countryside again.
Shut up.
In the lovely Herefordshire countryside again. And now I'm going to tell you about one of our favourite plants. From an edibility point of view, we think it's one of the best. We've managed to get it on some very high-class restaurant menus. And I've had it tasted by the London Food Room Library, and they...
What a cursed island! Yeah. I was just thinking that as he was saying, this is one of the best. This is one of the best wild foods in England. But if you might just die. What a cursed island! Oh, it's an invasive species, is it? Is it not just like an invasive species that's, I don't know, from like an ecological point of view, because of the ecological breakdown? Is it not from England? Is it from somewhere else, like America or something?
I'll introduce you to the plant and how to identify it. First of all,
he's touching it!
We've got the mature plant, and these are the mature plant leaves. These ones are quite separated.
He's touching it.
Normally they'd be a bit bigger, like these ones here. Or these ones down here.
Bro, this is nuts. What are you doing?
You can see it's an umbellifer. We've got this umbellifer.
Oh my god, he's touching loads of it. This can't be real.
What's important, actually, is the number of stems on this flower head. You can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's about 12.
You're right, Rob. This isn't the dangerous one. This is regular hogweed. Giant hogweed originally comes from the Caucasus, so this isn't the same one. Oh my god. Yeah, hogweed is fine. It's giant hogweed. This shit is fucking crazy. Look at the state of it. Britain's most dangerous plant is spreading.
This is seriously dangerous.
Look at this guy. Oh my god, 8 years ago, giant hogweed hospitalizes Virginia teen. Oh, so it went to America as well. Crazy.
We want to tell you about a toxic plant spreading across our area. Its effects so severe, it landed a teenager in the hospital with serious burns. NBC Charlotte's Brooke Katz explains what you need to be on the lookout for.
It started as a stinging sensation in Alex Childress's face.
It's all over Canada too? That's mad.
Was working a job in Virginia and thought it was just a sunburn, but it turned out to be much worse. Childress had come in contact with a plant called giant hogweed, an invasive species that contains skin-burning sap. The results, burns so severe, Childress
It's the sap.
Be rushed to a burn unit.
There's certain aspects that are painful, like when they clean off dead skin or blisters and stuff like that. I mean, that's sore. Standing in the shower, just running over an open wound.
Hey, comrade
Hogweed has been found in 6 areas
giant
across
hogweed,
Blowing Rock in Watauga County since 2010.
Why the fuck were we not told about this? Yeah, exactly.
To stop the spread.
Can you imagine?
It's commonly found in vacant lots, on roadsides, and riverbanks. It can grow up to 15 feet tall and looks like a flower with a large white...
If you get it on you in the dark, it's not dangerous, I believe.
...bloom on top. Contact with it combined with exposure to the sun.
I mean, it looks dangerous, right?
Bright lights can produce third-degree burns, even permanent blindness.
You get it on your skin, it'll cause some pretty severe burns. It can start reacting anywhere from 15 minutes, and you'll get these big
So it's sunlight activated. That's what does it, yeah?
blisters. People react differently, but most people have a pretty severe reaction. And you can have those blisters for weeks, and scarring can last for years.
For Childress, the encounter has meant 2 days in a dark hospital room because sunlight, even the hospital lights, can irritate the burns.
So they're blasting him with fucking news production lights. Yeah, nice one, WCNC.
I go in the shower for about an hour and a half to wash and cleanse my body to get my pH level down.
Yeah, it turned you into a vampire.
Cleaned everything.
Vampire weed gives you vampirism. That's crazy.
Do you think you come in contact with this plant? The North Carolina Department of Agriculture says you should immediately wash the infected areas with soap and water.
Okay. Top 10 poisonous plants in the UK. Okay, listen, we're getting a bit insane. Well, I'm getting a bit insane when it comes to we're not even doing the news. I'm not even doing it. I'm just getting distracted. We're going ADHD mode, derail mode. But yeah, I'm getting into it. That's what I'm watching. Yeah. I think your skin cells basically have to completely regenerate. It takes years for you to be safe from sunlight. My God. Yeah, the stream's totally out of control. Plant is like, yeah, just go inside already. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, you got to put your arm immediately inside your shirt and it'll give you relief, apparently. That's crazy. Bog stun locked. Plants and bog stun locking. That's what we love. So, what's something else that's happened since I saw you last? I watched Blade Trinity. Is it the American one that's dangerous, not the UK one? No, the American one is the UK one. We have it in the UK as well. I watched Blade Trinity last night. You're right, it was bad. I just can't believe that... Who's the guy in it? It's just fucking crazy how much that trilogy fell off so fast. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds. I thought it was Ryan Reynolds. That's where they started, right? That's where they started trying to make Marvel movies all about silly Billy jokes. And Ryan Reynolds is like, there's a bit in the film where Blade, and you know, Blade's doing more of that stuff. He's like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's going like, cool off and all that stuff. And he's talking loads and he's making silly faces. No, actually, they didn't. No, that's not what happened. I'm thinking of Blade 2 still. That was when he was doing that stuff. In Blade Trinity, I think they got the note. I think they got the note that he shouldn't be talking so much because he's very quiet for the first bit of the film. I think he doesn't speak for like the first 4 minutes from when you see him. And that's better, but he's still doing silly little looks, gestures, and stuff that are implied jokes. And it's just, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? There's a lot of product placement in it as well. Yeah, that's right, Rat Freak. Hi, how you doing? And the thing that was just dead stark was Ryan Reynolds' character. He was just, from the moment he's in the film, he's like, what if there was a penis in my ass? Oh, you know, like, yeah, he's looking at the camera and being like, I'm funny, right? You know, and what's the other bit? There was a bit. And Blade is just, I don't know, there's just so many things that happen and don't make sense. I'm going to have to watch it again to fully formulate my thoughts, which I don't want to do. I turned it off in the end, to be honest, because it just got so boring and the story was fucking ridiculous. The story was like, we're resurrecting Dracula. Okay, how do you resurrect a Dracula? What do you mean? How do you resurrect Dracula? He's either dead, or he's not, or he's immortal, he's a vampire. What are you on about? What are you on about? He's already dead. What's happening? And so we're resurrected Dracula. The main villain, everyone's wearing contact lenses as well to make them more scary, but in lots of the shots, all the contact lenses are like in different places, so the wardrobe is just terrible. The main villain, this woman, I can't remember the actor's name, Is it Parker Posey? Is that who that is? That's a bit freaky because it's like Posey Parker. Yeah, it's Parker Posey. Yeah, that's who it is. And she is. Yeah, Triple H is in it. He's terrible. Why have you got a wrestler in there? What are you doing? That's bad. So Parker Posey's in it, and the wardrobe just. It was so bad. The wardrobe for Parker Posey was crazy. She looked terrible. The outfit didn't even look like it like fit right, and there's like a big fox in some bits of it that's around her neck, and it's terrible. And the hair was bad, and she did this weird thing and this is the direction. This isn't her as an actor. This is the direction and the wardrobe. And there's a bit where she meets. They bring Dracula back from Iraq, right? That's the first thing. They go to Iraq to be like, yeah, this is where Dracula is, and it's like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And they justify this in the film by saying, oh, it's the birthplace of civilization, and he was actually vampires were actually just like a type of human that evolved, and it was whatever. I don't know why he was in Iraq. It was so weird, but it was very, very clear that they were doing an homage to American war films at the time, right? In a curveball, Dracula was actually chasing the sun. That's what I mean. It just doesn't make any sense at all. So they go and get Dracula from Iraq. All the vampires are dressed as squaddies, right? They all look like fucking Afghanistan US soldiers wearing the same gear and everything. And it's just like, this is... it might as well have been Three Kings when I started watching it. I was like, this is so bad. And they get Dracula, they bring him back to wherever, Townsville, USA, and they have, I just reminded myself of the Norman Reedus character from Blade 2, and he watches Powerpuff Girls all the time. They bring him back to Townsville, USA. He's like in a room, and they're like saying, how is he doing? Like he's a pet. How is he doing? Oh, he's just feeding a lot, and he's got like a big pile of women in there that he's drunk the blood of and stuff. And they go. Parker Posey goes in there. Her character's called Danica Talos, and she goes in there to, I don't know, speak to him or whatever, and they have like a bit of a fight or whatever, and she like gets pushed to a wall, and then she goes right, and I'm like, when are vampires cats? When did that happen? What do you mean? It was so silly. I was like, that's like sloppy, schlocky, weird. It just, even if it's in the law, right? Even if it's in the law that vampires hiss or whatever, right? It was just so bad. It was just very funny, right? That's canon. It just looked bad. It just looked terrible. It just looked really silly. It just wasn't. It just made me laugh. I just laughed immediately. I just couldn't take it seriously from that moment onwards. And that's a really early bit. That's a super early bit. So yeah, no, and Patton Oswalt is in it, and Natasha Lyonne is in it as well. And Patton Oswalt, there's like a whole bit where Ryan Reynolds is like, whatever the guy's name is, do you ever get laid? And he's like, yes, with women. And it's just like, what is happening? This isn't a Blade movie at all. It's so bad. And there's lots of stuff that happens that doesn't even make any sense. And yeah, I just had to turn it off because it just got really boring. It was like, we've got to find and beat Dracula. Dracula's coming back. He's back. We got to get him. That's the end of that. And he has a crew of people who are helping him, and they're different, and but a load of them die, and they don't even die in interesting ways. They just all kind of get killed at once by Dracula, and it's really like, I just like didn't care about any of them. All the characters were so bad. You know, just like completely unlikable, rubbish. There's the other person in it as well. The woman who is supposed to be Whistler's daughter or whatever. What's her name? The actress. Jessica Biel. Jessica Biel is great. They just needed Jessica Biel. I got excited when it was Jessica Biel because I was like, oh, it's a woman. They got a woman now. That was the main thing. I was like, oh, this is great. They're being woke, and it's 2004. But no, they had to have like the whole other. There's just a load of men with her as well, and it was just bad. Ryan Reynolds is one of them, and he's bad, and he's talking about like, I used to hook up with vampires. It's just like really silly. It's just really silly. I feel like Dracula as a final boss of vampires works. No, I just don't. I think that if you're doing a modern vampire thing where you're like, oh, because that's the whole thing about Blade, right? They say, oh, everything you heard about vampires is not true, except for the sunlight and the garlic and the silver, right? That's the only things that are true, and it's like a medical condition and all this stuff and yada yada yada, right? But you know, and now we've got some raiders from RTP. Hello, I'm talking about Blade Trinity, the movie Blade. Welcome in, raiders from RTP Talks. How are you doing? Welcome in. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. But I am currently talking about Blade Trinity. I watched Blade Trinity last night, so I'm just sort of formulating some thoughts about that movie because I've watched the entire Blade trilogy recently. But welcome in, everybody. Please go follow RTP Talks. How are you doing? I hope your stream was good. RG's mum, welcome in. Unlucky Lou, Mama B, how are you doing? Welcome in. We're pro-vampire. Yeah, as you should be. Yeah, as you should be. They're a protected, they're a marginalized class. So yeah, what was I fucking saying? The characters were terrible. Ryan Reynolds' character is going, oh, I hook up with vampires. I had a fetish for vampires, and that's why I had to meet the vampire queen, and she was terrible. It's just garbage. It's just rubbish. It was just really bad. There was some bits that happened where I laughed out loud. Right, and that was great because I like bad movies. I think bad movies are funny as hell, but like it was just very not that caliber of good. I was just depressed. I was depressed at how Blade just became a bit of a joke, and his character changes quite dramatically. Like he's not. It's like I was saying in Blade 2, he's talking all the time and he's going, cool off, and like, nice to meet you, and you know, all the Arnie kind of stuff. See you in hell, and all that. And it's just not him, and it doesn't feel right. And then in Blade Trinity, you know, they took that away, but then they have like bits, like he's so mad that Whistler's daughter and all of her friends are trying to fight vampires on their own, and he's going, this is kid shit, look at the stadium, blah, blah, blah. You're never gonna do anything. And it's like, what are you talking about? He would be chuffed. I don't understand. It just doesn't even make any sense. It's very bad. So Blade Trinity, not great. Blade 1, amazing, no notes, hands down, 9 out of 10. It only fails because it's still a superhero movie. Yeah, that's the only thing that stops it from getting 10 out of 10. Even 9.5 out of 10. You just lose a whole point if you've got anything to do with superheroes. For me, yeah. Everybody else, some people might give it a 10 out of 10. That's fine. That's up to you. Not for me. It was before the novelty wore off. That's what I mean. Yeah, I don't mind. This is why, because if it was, listen, it's a 90s superhero movie. I was never really a fan of 90s superhero movies anyway, but you know, if it was a modern superhero movie, it would have got less points. So it still loses a point. But if it was like a modern one, but it was still a good movie, I would probably say 2 points off. Yeah. Not necessarily for me because of that. Do you like The Crow? I've tried to watch The Crow multiple times, but I just can't get past like the first. It's like a cursed movie for me. I just end up falling asleep every time, and I don't know why. It's not because it's bad. I watch it and I'm getting into it. It's getting to the bit, you know, Brandon Lee's there and he's, I can't really remember the ins and outs of it, but he's about to get killed and he does get killed. And then he's going to come back to life. And then I just kind of fall asleep. I can't remember anything past like the first couple of scenes or anything. So we're going to have to try and watch that soon. But, yeah. Never managed to watch the entirety of The Crow. But that's my take on Blade Trinity. Sitting next to my Crow film cell lights. Yes, I mean, it's a great looking film. It looks great. And obviously Brandon Lee, it's a super tragic story, like Bruce Lee's son, and he just died on set because of a fake, what do you call it? Oh my God, what is it called? A blank. A blank was not a blank. Or it was a blank, but it still killed him, right? Terrifying. So there you go. Anyway, that's a bit of movie talk for you. We're going to get into the news now. The soundtrack is amazing. Of course it is. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to get into a bit of stuff. We're going to start with some interesting news. I know that some people think that this guy is a bit of a controversial character. He is David Miller, and he is a university professor or something of that nature who was sacked for speaking up about Palestine at his university. That was scary. Did anyone see that happen on the face cam just now? I said the word Palestine and my fucking placard just fell over. Not going to read anything into that. He, for speaking up about Palestine, he was sacked, and he went to, this is the second employment tribunal that he's done, I believe, which was to make sure that there was a precedent for people in the in the world of employment, where if they were sacked or had any loss of earnings due to their political opinions about Zionism, that they would be protected. So let's have a little read of this. Apparently he's won. So this is interesting news today. And let's hear what he's got to say. This is a very odd... There's something very backrooms about this filming setup he's got. But I don't know. It just feels a bit weird. But let's have a little listen.
Hello. I'm David Miller. We finally received the judgment in my Employment Appeal Tribunal case after Bristol University tried to overturn my landmark legal victory in February 2024.
Oh, we got a double raid. We got Rob Rousseau. Rob, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, everybody? Welcome in. You know me. If you're from the Rob Rousseau stream, most likely. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. We are currently checking out Dr. David Miller, a university professor from the University of Bristol who got sacked for speaking up about Palestine in the UK. And he has won an appeal, which was an appeal against a challenge to his employment tribunal regarding that. So it's good news. We're just taking a little listen to that. I'm sorry, Rob, you missed the movie talk. I've been talking about Blade, Blade Trinity, Blade 2. I watched all the Blades this weekend, and I've had some takes about Blade and the various Blades. So, I don't know if you're a Blade guy. But anyway, yeah, we've had a little chat. About that. But everybody, please go follow Rob. He's an amazing streamer from over there, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Go and show him some love. Utter legend, great analysis, great person, and you will enjoy his stream very much so. All the Blade films, you've seen them. All the Blade films. Hand over the pee wet over my dead body. Exactly, Dr. Maggot. Thank you for the tier 1.
It's no coincidence that both Palestine and P-Wet start with the letter P.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate that. Okay, yeah, let's crack on with this video.
The Employment Tribunal had found that my anti-Zionist beliefs were worthy of respect in a democratic society and were protected by equality law. I'm overwhelmed and delighted to say that Bristol University's attempt to overturn that judgment has failed, and we've won yet again, solidifying the legal precedent my case set over 2 years ago. I want to thank everyone who has supported me throughout this process and who has generously donated to my case. I also want to thank my legal team, Zilla Rahman, Zach Samur.
Yeah, what a giant waste of money for the university, 1,000%. Seriously, it's ridiculous, right? All for what? To be completely done over by the law.
And Gianna Siglias for their tireless work. And I additionally want to thank the Employment Appeal Tribunal panel led by Lord Fairley. The campaign against me...
Now, the interesting thing about this chat, again, this is why the struggle needs to continue despite not hearing about Gaza in the news or activism at all, or even if you're seeing the Fulton 24 stuff and getting doom-pilled and that kind of a thing, because there are victories like this all the time, because this comes at the very same week, this was yesterday, that a German court, now this is extremely surprising, because you know about Germany's relationship to Israel. A German court ruled that comparing Israel to Nazi Germany constitutes protected speech. This court also rejected the suggestion that comparing Israel's conduct with Nazi Germany automatically trivialized the Holocaust or incited hatred. That's massive, right? That's massive. A German court has acquitted a woman convicted of comparing Israel's actions in Gaza. Valerie, thank you so much for the £3. Thank you for supporting the stream, and oh my god, there's like a horrible advert on that article. I'll just get rid of that. Thank you for supporting the stream and subbing off Twitch. I really appreciate you. A German court has acquitted a woman convicted of comparing Israel's actions in Gaza with Nazi Germany, ruling that a post constitute protected political expression. The Zweibrücken Higher Regional Court overturned €2,400 fine last week after it was imposed by a lower court over 2 Instagram posts published during the height of Israel's genocide in Gaza. One post contained a table comparing Israel's conduct with the methods of the Nazi regime. It appeared beneath a divided image of the Israeli and Nazi flags with a part of a swastika visible. Another depicted Israeli soldiers firing into an enclosed area where blood flowed beneath its walls. A swastika appeared in a Star of David. The woman accompanied the post with a hashtag Free Palestine and hashtag Gaza under attack. The court ruled the images express condemnation of Israel's actions rather than support for Nazi ideology. I mean, this is just basic stuff, right? This is just really basic stuff. Come on. You know, whenever we see courts rule against these kinds of things, when it is in favor of Israel and Zionism, we're often sat there going, are you fucking kidding me? And then when we see them see sense, it's like, come on, man. This was a waste of time. It's like you said, it was a waste of time. For the appeal of the judgment of the Employment Tribunal for David Miller first, and it was a waste of time even to take this to court in the first place. The court also rejected... Judges found that the appeal Free Palestine made the woman's position clear and that neo-Nazi supporters would not interpret the post as promoting their ideology. Yes, obviously. Which fucking neo-Nazis, except for Tucker Carlson, which neo-Nazis are supporting Palestine, you know? The court also rejected the suggestion that comparing Israel's conduct with Nazi Germany automatically trivialized the Holocaust or incited hatred. Sharp criticism of a state, it said, did not by itself cross that threshold. It reached the same conclusion over the image combining a swastika with the Star of David. The scene of soldiers shooting defenseless people made in condemnatory purpose clear, while the hashtag Gaza under attack established that it referred to Israel's assault on Gaza. And this is the thing, there is this very disgusting weaponization of anti-Semitism from Israel, which has obviously been so pertinent for such a long time, where they're saying, oh my god, how dare you use a Jewish symbol and mix it with a swastika. And again, you know, it comes down to the entire context of the entire occupation of Palestine and what Israel does with Jewish symbols, symbolism, the religion, everything that they do, they say is in the name of Jews. And obviously we know better, and it isn't, of course, because we know there are Jewish people all over the world who despise Israel, and condemn it rightfully so. And they want nothing to do with it. They want nothing to do with Zionism. They want nothing to do with Israel. But Israel constantly says, no, Jews need this. They need us to murder people. They need us to shoot babies. They need us to flatten villages. They need us to expand these borders and all this kind of stuff. And, often people have said things like, oh, there are Palestinians who are deeply anti-Semitic, right? And again, I'm not saying that it makes it okay or whatever. Again, I'm not ever going to criticize a Palestinian, I don't think. I haven't so far, and I never will, so this isn't me doing that. But, you know, in terms of, you know, when Israel is there and these soldiers who are like, I don't know, the kind of thing that an IOF soldier would do, like stamping your baby into the dirt, saying things like, this will be a Jewish state, you fucking evil piece of shit, like calling them slurs and stuff. This will be a Jewish state. This is for the Jews. Like, sorry, but what can you fucking expect, right? The first thing that you fucking see, you know, yes, the swastika was also a co-opted religious icon. Correct. They still use the swastika in Japan. There are young Japanese people who use the swastika and they don't give a fuck. And obviously, you know, there is an element of fascism in Japan, but the swastika is not really something that's associated with that in Japan. And the swastika is a Eastern symbol that was, yeah, it was co-opted. And so the Star of David is also being co-opted by Israel. So, you know, that's the way to see it. And so, of course, these things, like people who are saying, oh, well, you people are being the same as the Nazis, right? That's why all of that completely lines up. Yeah, I think the swastika was associated with Buddhism. It's also in Zelda 1. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that particularly, but yeah. But welcome in Nuclear Slayer as well, by the way. So anyway, the ruling does not prohibit criticism of such comparisons. It established, however, that Germany cannot automatically criminalize them when they form part of an unmistakable condemnation of Israeli violence. So this is great news in Germany, and extremely surprising for Germany when they're so pro-Israel. Now, let's watch the rest of David Miller's.
Bristol began...
Yes, the swastika was in Hinduism, correct. And I think, yeah, obviously still is in Hinduism, right?
2019, and reached fever pitch in 2021.
Hello, Joint Chief of Staff. Nice name.
Sacked. Since then, I've faced years of legal procedures to vindicate my position, and, with your help, I've won. This judgment marks a historic milestone and represents a comprehensive validation of my long-standing academic work, an unmasking of Zionist intimidation, and a binding legal precedent that secures the rights of all critics of Zionism and supporters of the Palestinian people in Britain. At the foundation of this case is the recognition of my anti-Zionist views as a protected philosophical belief under Section 10 of the Equality Act, 2010. Throughout my academic career as a sociology professor, my research has systematically examined concentration...
Like, it's just so ridiculous, right? He's a fucking sociology professor. He is a sociology professor. He knows about this stuff way more than any fucking judge. That's just kind of what you have to do when you're a sociology professor. You have to know about sociology. You have to understand marginalization. You have to understand things like ethnic cleansing. You have to understand things like racism, prejudices, everything. We have petroglyphs, stone carvings in the American Southwest with swastika markings. Yeah. Barbara Loden saying that as well. Thank you, Kensai. Swastika found in cultures throughout the world. Norse, indigenous Americans such as the Navajo. Yeah. Swastika, when referred to as the Hakenkreuz or chin cross, was also used before the Nazis by Nordic cultures like the Vikings. It was actually this Viking incarnation of the swastika that the Nazis misused because they looked up to the tall blonde Nordics. Ah, Diego, thank you very much. But hello, welcome in Barbara, Diego, and Kensai.
State propaganda, public relations, and lobbying.
Let me just go and get...
A central component of this research has been the Zionist movement. In its judgment, the appeal tribunal placed particular emphasis on the coherence and clarity of my anti-Zionist worldview, completely validating the intellectual framework that the university sought to criminalize. The judgment explicitly confirms that it is coherent to describe Zionist ideology as racist, as it promotes the establishment of a state for only one race of people in a territory that contained a large number of people of a different race. The judgment also affirmed that Zionism could legitimately and coherently be described as colonial and imperialistic.
Yes, of course. What do you mean? Like, you know, this is why it's such a waste of time. Like, fucking hell, man. Fucking hell.
By affirming that this viewpoint is a protected philosophical belief worthy...
It's just wild that here we are 3 years after, you know, the start of this genocide, and you've got Ilan Pape, you've got Avi Schleim, you've got... who else? All of these, you know, so-called Israeli, they're not really Israeli because that's not really a nationality, but, you know, all these settlers who have gone, yeah, no, it's definitely fucking racist. It's definitely, even Benny, what's his face? Benny, I can't remember his name. The other one, the other historian. You know, these are all historians. Benny Morris, yeah, they're all historians. They went into history because they're fucking historians. That, you know, people who are interested in history. And then they learned about the history of fucking Israel, and they were like, oh no, this is bad. Yeah, no, this is bad actually. Fuck. Oh, this sucks. Yes, years to conclude that Zionism is what its own creators said it was from day dot. Correct. Yeah, Avi Shlaim, Ilan Pape, all these people, they've been going for years. They've been going for decades. You know? Like, even the people who created it, they were like, yep, this is about colonialism, it's about apartheid, etc., etc., etc. I was watching Majority Report today, not for Majority Report, but for Ilan Pape, because he was being interviewed by Emma Vigeland, and it was very good. And he was saying, look, you know, the kind of Zionism that we're at now is where they're just being open about it, and it's been that way for the last 10 years. But even back in the day, when they were trying to make Israel more appealing to Europe and the West and all this stuff to get more donations, lobbying and this kind of stuff, they would always say, oh, well, you know, we're going to have to make some kind of a deal with the Palestinians. We're going to have to, you know, we're not going to be able to do all of our goals and shit like that. But obviously these voices were few and far between. But like, generally speaking, you know, they knew that this is an unsustainable project. It's a totally unsustainable project, right? Writing letters to Cecil Rhodes like, yo, G, you think you did colonialism? Watch this. Yes, correct. Yeah, it was described as colonial at a time when it was prestigious to have a colony. Correct, yeah.
But in a democratic society, the tribunal has stripped away...
Zionism is just fascism with Jewish characteristics. No, it's not, because there's nothing Jewish about it, is there? Right? That's the thing. That's what they want you to think. They want you to think like, oh no, like, you know, this is all about Judaism. It's all about Jewishness. It's not. It's nothing to do with any of that.
One of the primary weapons used by Zionism to silence dissent. Academics, students, and activists can no longer be lawfully targeted for summary dismissal or disciplinary exclusion from their workplace simply for identifying the structural racism inherent in Zionism. Furthermore, this judgment provides an absolute moral and factual vindication against the character assassination I have faced. The legal precedent set...
That's great. That's great. Send some fucking letters, David. Get some dough. It's time. You know, make these fucking Zionist rags pay up. Defamation suit. Let's go. It's time. Don't hang up the boots yet, kidder.
This case is now binding across the UK. This victory belongs to every student who has been intimidated for wearing a keffiyeh, every lecturer who's been threatened with disciplinary action for expressing anti-Zionist views, and everyone everywhere who refuses to be silenced by Zionist lawfare and intimidation. The Zionist movement, using Bristol University as its vector, tried to make an example of me to deter others. Instead, through their own arrogance and legal failures, they've helped secure a binding legal shield that will protect the movement for Palestinian liberation for generations to come. Together, we will dismantle Zionism. Thank you.
Wicked. Wicked stuff. Cool victory to start with, I thought. And what are we going to get onto? Okay. I thought that we could start with this. This is a little clip of Scott Besson. I haven't watched this yet, but the ticker says, Secretary Besson believes that Japan will put the right policies in place, and a stable yen is important for the entire region. Let's just have a little listen and see what this is about, shall we?
And I think there is a chance we may have a deal today or tomorrow to open the strait, and I think there.
He just can't. He's not. He is the one guy in the administration who is completely incapable of doing the deflect. We're winning. Everything's great. It's all good. He just can't do it convincingly. He says it all the time, right? He says it all the time. Yeah, a chatter brought this up yesterday. Apparently, Japanese yen is going into it in terms of they're asking to sell. What is it, chat? I fucking forgot it. It's They're wanting to sell their debt. They're wanting to sell the American debt. They've been burdened with American debt since Pearl Harbor, the occupation, everything, right? And they're trying to sell it off now. They're being like, hey, do you want some of our oil? Do you want some of our strategic oil reserves? And you gotta buy our debt. Or some shit. I don't know. But now, like, you know, they got this fucking headline on CNBC. And Scott Bessent is here, like, quivering in his voice, being like, oh, we're going to have a deal maybe tomorrow, maybe today. It's insane. It's beyond parody. What else do we got here? This is the first story that we're going to take a look at regarding Iran. Iran says it's in talks with Oman, but not the US, contradicting Donald Trump. Now, this is the BBC reporting on this. So, again, this is a mouthpiece for the empire, and it is talking about the evil pedophile emperor of the empire is not doing quite well. So there are huge cracks. You know, these cracks are gaping wounds at this point.
Donald Trump has hit out at Iran's leadership, accusing it of sending mixed messages over possible talks with the US. In a post online, he said Tehran was being unbelievably duplicitous.
Yeah, so we covered this last night. I read this last night. It's all just bluster and smoke and mirrors to make people think like, oh, okay, well, you know, if you're hearing on the news that there's some, you know, lies being told about Iran, it's not us doing the lies, it's actually Iran that are doing the lies. So you can't just think that it's me doing the lies, yeah?
By asking for a meeting and then claiming publicly they're not having any discussions with the US. He said the US blockade will stay in place and nothing will get through to Iran unless a deal or total surrender.
We need a deal. We need a deal.
All goes back to
chat. Speaking of a deal, I've got a deal for you. You get to watch the stream and also make sure that you feel good that I am surviving. Please head over to the tip link, yeah? In the chat, this is my full-time job. I'm getting a tiny bit of income other than this at the moment, but it's not even remotely anywhere to cover the streams that I missed last month. I missed a bunch of streams last month, so I missed a lot of income last month because my cat was ill, and also, I was fucking completely exhausted from helping one of my friends who's homeless essentially, and he's going through a lot of shit. So please consider hitting up the tip link in the chat. We have about 400 people who pass through the stream on a daily basis. If everybody donated £3 each, we would smash the dono goal. And I'm not even asking for that much. I'm asking for £60 a day. So 6 people donating £10, 30 people donating £5, or £60 worth of subs, which is like what? I can't do the maths on that. £60 worth of subs would be like £120 worth of subs. It's very, very hard to figure that out for people who are buying it. How many subs would that be? I've not got this down yet. Listen, you can either subscribe on Twitch or you can hit up the tip link in the chat. I've got a sub goal and I've got a dono goal. I need £60 a day for the sub goal. For the dono goal, and the sub goal, I'm not quite sure. I haven't worked it out yet, but yeah, whatever, like that would make me £60 worth of subs, essentially.
Donald Trump made.
I think it's a lot. Yeah, I get £2.50 for every sub. Let me get the calculator
Sunday,
up.
when he told reporters that talks with Iran were expected to get back underway today. He went on to say that this was the reason he'd held back from carrying out what he described as massive military strikes. But by Monday morning, Iran was telling a very different story.
I need 24 subs a day, chat. That's what it was. 24 subs a day. That's the daily subscription goal. Okay, figured it out. Thank you very much. I'll be here all night.
Flatly denying.
So please consider subscribing. It means that you get ad free viewing. There'll be an ad hitting all of yous in about 5 minutes. So please consider hitting up people with a sub. If you want to gift a sub, if you want to subscribe yourself, you can use your Amazon Prime. But also you could also donate to the tip link. So those are your options. So please consider doing that.
Any talks?
Otherwise, in October, when I get kicked off Universal Credit, I'm probably not going to be able to stream that much.
On the table. Well, let's take you straight to Washington and our White House reporter, Bern de Boosman. Bern, we're hearing completely different accounts from Washington and Tehran. Is this a genuine diplomatic breakthrough that's being handled quietly, or is it just competing political narratives?
Well, it's always hard to say what's taking place behind closed doors, but this is something that President Trump and the White House have said many times since this conflict began. They've often accused Iran of saying one thing in private and another publicly. President Trump and other administration officials have suggested that their belief is that the Iranians are also kind of sending a message to their domestic audience, which could include hardliners or senior figures within the IRGC who are against making any sort of concessions to the U.S. But President...
It's so ridiculous the way that they talk about the IRGC like this, man. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what? The government is sending messages to the military. Okay? The government does that all the time. They're the military. They have to do what the government fucking says. What are you talking about, bro? I just hate the way that this is framed all the fucking time. Can you imagine if they did the same for America? Oh, Trump is signaling to the US Marines who are hardliners. Because the whole thing about this chat, I think the easiest way to understand this, is that they see the IRGC as this separate entity that has the possibility to either overthrow the government if they don't like what's going on, or they will, they can be overthrown. It's the whole thing, right? Like they used to say all the time, right? Well, they still say it all the time. The Iranian people need to take up arms and take on the IRGC. Like, sorry, but that you're having a laugh, bro. Like it's literally saying take up arms and attack the fucking army. And no one is going to do that. Just none of them are going to do that. And that's where the framing comes from in talking about the IRGC in this way. And if we're talking about duplicitous, this is the entire duplicity of the media in trying to make us think that this, oh yeah, they want to appeal to these hardliners in the IRGC. Shut the fuck up, dude. You don't know what you're on about.
Trump has also often, more than once in the past, kind of made these sort of maximalist threats in which he's threatened to bomb Iranian energy infrastructure. We saw similar statements in April.
Hey, Susie, what's up?
2-week ceasefire. We saw similar statements in May.
Deal or total surrender is an incredible statement. Yeah.
Threatened very severe.
We need a deal or total surrender.
Strikes, but said that there had been...
So not a deal then.
some progress being made in negotiations when very little seemed to be the case. But as of now, today, the White House nor anyone else in Washington has confirmed that any sort of talks have taken place, either directly or through regional mediators such as Oman or Pakistan.
And President Trump says regional allies, like, for example, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, they've urged restraint because they believe a deal is close. How significant is their role in shaping US policy towards Iran at this stage?
Well, we do know that President Trump over the weekend spoke to Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and in some of those previous instances in which President Trump said he had held back on strikes, he specifically said that Gulf countries had convinced him to do so. The fact is that the economic ties and very sizable presence of the U.S. military in some of these countries, in the UAE and in Qatar in particular, means that they have quite a lot to lose from any sort of escalation. Ultimately, they will be the countries that are facing the brunt of Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks, and they do have an interest in this not spiraling out of control or resuming the sort of large-scale countrywide military operations we saw during Operation Epic Fury. And I think, at least to a certain extent, they certainly have the president's ears. He's very close with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and with the leadership of the UAE in particular, and they do have influence here in Washington. How much influence they have over...
What a laugh. What an absolute fucking laugh. They have influence in Washington.
His decision to strike or not strike, though, I think that's very difficult for anyone to say.
Okay,
ridiculous.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Well, while there's a clear gap between what Washington and Tehran are saying about direct negotiations, there is one area where talks do seem to be continuing. Iran has confirmed it's discussing with neighbouring Oman ways to keep shipping moving safely through the Strait of Hormuz. The two countries sit on either side of the waterway, and they've been talking about maritime security for some time. Siavash Ardalan is from the BBC Persian service and joins us live from the newsroom. Siavash, how significant are those talks?
Well, the Iranians say they are significant, though they haven't given much details on exactly what was agreed between Iranians and the Omanis.
Listen, chat, I think this is probably just propaganda. I don't know if what is going on at the moment between Iran and Oman could be considered negotiations or deals or anything like that. To me, it feels like it is just ongoing diplomacy, right? Oman is a Gulf state, but it is a Gulf state that is more leaning towards support for Iran in a sort of, I guess, it's different from all the other Gulf states in that, like, no, yeah, we've got to try and cooperate with Iran. We've got to try and do this. We want to facilitate talks, all this kind of business, yada, yada, yada. It's more because of appeasement, I think, in terms of please don't fucking bomb us, because they know that they'll bomb any US installation in their country, right? And I'm sat here hearing this, and I'm like, okay, what does Iran and Oman need to discuss? What do they need to discuss? They need to discuss whether there are going to be tolls in the strait, who is going to manage it, what kind of percentage. This is all stuff that's already been decided. This is stuff that has been decided before the so-called MOU was signed, and it was even mentioned in the MOU, right? The percentage that Oman would get for the tolls going through the Strait of Hormuz or whatever. So I'm just sat here like, I just think that this is the BBC. Like, again, it's the BBC Persian service. So they're like, oh yeah, this is the propaganda that we give to people in Iran. You know,
have said the little detail that they have given is that
remember, chat. These guys interviewed anonymous people supposedly who made stuff up about the uprisings, the so-called uprisings in January. They interviewed multiple people. They were like, oh my god, it's so evil, you're not allowed to go outside at all, you're not allowed to do anything, I'm not allowed to say anything. And then we see millions of people on the street for fucking right, for Ali Khamenei's funeral. Oman doesn't have US military bases in it. I call that a plus. Yeah, I thought as much. I thought that it was like that's why it was more of a state that leans towards supporting Iran. It's got more freedom to do that and shit like that. And it's obviously hedging its bets. It wants to be part of the Gulf state sort of collective, but I think it understands that cooperation with Iran is smart, right?
On a route for the ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, which is not the northern route from the Iranian waters, neither the southern route for the Omani waters, but something in between.
Right, there's no route. What are you talking about? It's just ridiculous. Like, they think we're fucking stupid. This guy sat here like, oh yeah, well, they're trying to negotiate whether there's going to be a northern route or a southern route. It's like, no, they're not. What are you talking about? Iran says there's only going to be one fucking route. It's going to be the Iranian route. Chatting this is rubbish.
Exactly what those arrangements are, we don't know much yet. This seems to be something that's been ongoing for a week now, according to Iranian accounts, and not something that happened as a response to President Trump's threats of hitting
Iran. It's just ongoing diplomacy. It's not
infrastructure. So
frustratingly rubbish.
These talks with the Omanis are near completion. But just because they're near completion and just because they have agreed on these detailed arrangements doesn't mean that the Strait of Hormuz will be open. I suspect perhaps it will be something that they agree on, and then that's what they may be presenting then to the Americans to see if they can agree on that as well.
No, it's not going to be any of that.
Then to go back to something similar to that memorandum of understanding that they had initially, which brought about the ceasefire.
And how are President Trump's claims being viewed in Tehran right now?
They're not, dude. What are you talking about? They're not. How is President Trump being viewed in Tehran? As an enemy, dude. What are you talking about? There are people begging for a ceasefire, but it's not Iran, exactly.
Well, obviously Iranians have denied it. That very first post that Donald Trump posted yesterday or the day before when he said that the U.S. is holding back on that reported massive military operations that was expected to take place against Iranian infrastructure. The Iranians immediately spoke with their own domestic news agency saying that they have not asked the U.S. for direct talks. There are no direct talks going on. And also, that's what the Iranian defense minister said. He said that we think it's part of a psychological pressure on the part of the U.S. in order to bring us back to the negotiating table or make our positions more flexible. But nevertheless, we take these threats seriously and we act as if they are going to happen. Hence, we saw that threat that was posed by the Iranians, by one of the Iranian media, saying that if the U.S. hits us, we'll hit back against the infrastructure of the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf. And they published a long list of different infrastructure in those countries, particularly Saudi Arabia, which involved that country's desalination plants and oil refineries.
Okay, Siavash, thank you.
Well, some bollocks from the BBC there. We have got some oil price updates. Interestingly, the price of oil is dropping off a cliff. And, you know, this appears to be a result of the US saying that it wants to pause strikes yesterday. Last week, I don't know what happened last week. Like I said, I wasn't really plugged in because of everything going on with Melpo. And then obviously this week, it is, of course, you know, I think maybe some injection of the yen into the market or whatever, or the Japanese oil into the market, whatever it is. And I don't know if there's going to be much that we can find out that's different on the Red website. Let's take a look at the stock market. Things are going very well. Everything's in red. This is a month performance. Let's bump it up to 3 months and see what the difference is. Yeah, so Google and Meta just like still consistently losing money. The worst performing companies in the Mag 7. Oracle is doing terrible, of course. Needs to be bailed out all the time. You just got like a lot more red over the last 3 months, right? You've just got like a whole bunch more red. Tesla doing terrible. It's been on a downward turn for a long time. And the energy sector is like doing very badly. I guess this is the oil prices going down and up. That's what that is. Oil and gas as well. But you know, more crucially, we have SpaceX doing terrible. Caterpillar are also doing terrible. This is a company that is totally involved in genocide, right? These are the bulldozers that are used to destroy Palestinian homes in occupied Palestine. And yeah, like interestingly, Netflix has got like a huge downturn in shares that has been consistent over the last, I guess, 6 months or to a year. And I'm not sure what that is about. I don't think that's to do with the war. But certainly it could be if people are having to pay more for the gas and electric and the petrol. And they are, you know, canceling their Netflix subscriptions. Who knows? I know that's next on my list. Like, I definitely can't afford to have any subscriptions this month. That's for a fact. But anyway, let's move on to this. What is this? This is CNN. Trump says it's the last chance for Iran to deal cargo ship hit in the Strait. So today a cargo ship was hit in the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, Trump is saying this is their last chance if they want to make a deal. And he said this yesterday, and he said it last week, and he said it the week before, and he said it the month before. It's just embarrassing.
Says Iran has a, quote, last chance to sign a peace deal, but the US president not placing a deadline on negotiations, saying it's because he's not on the ballot in November's midterm elections. He also calls Iranian leaders unbelievably duplicitous as he and Iranian officials dispute his account that talks between the countries are underway. Iran today threatened to strike American warships if the US naval blockade reimposed last month continues.
Last chance before he gives him another chance. That's right, Val.
From the White House, unbelievably duplicitous is how Donald Trump then describes the Iranians. A source regionally told me yesterday that the US, Iran and Oman are in discussions. Not clear whether those are direct negotiations, though, between the US and Iran at this point. What are you hearing there?
Yeah, I've been catching up with my White House sources here, Becky. And look, part of the reason you heard the president use that language yesterday, saying that Iran is incredibly duplicitous, is
Yeah,
I was
you did
told
say that.
by one White House official that he was fuming yesterday when he was seeing all of the reports from the Iranians essentially arguing that no, they had no plans to move forward with talks and negotiations on this, and that Iran was saying that they were solely having these negotiations with the Omanis. White House officials argue that's just not the case. What they told me, and of course, as we've seen throughout this entire war, Becky, a lot of this is you get one version of events from the U.S. side, another version of events from the Iranians, but they argue that there was a huge uptick in reach out from the Iranians and from different officials, people like the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, to U.S. officials directly throughout the weekend, trying to solve a particular...
My Fox News watching mother-in-law to me last week. Iran keeps jacking us around. We need to just get that over with. People are so clever, aren't they? Just have really good solutions. Just get it over with.
Particularly this issue on the Strait.
Just get it over with. It's Iran. Iran are jacking us around. Just need to get over it.
We want to note that the latest we've heard on a potential deal is coming from the Qataris today.
Thanks, Deborah.
For the Qatari Foreign Ministry, arguing that there are drafts of a potential agreement that are being circulated, and that all parties are in.
It's the same shit as we would have won Vietnam if we took the gloves off, aka used nuclear weapons. The gloves are already off. Yeah, correct.
Discussions here, but from the president's view, he's willing to see how this goes. I think from the conversations I've been having, he's very much in a wait and see kind of place and posture right now. He does, of course, his ultimate goal, which has been the same goal really from the beginning, is he wants there to be some sort of long-term permanent deal to both reopen the strait, have free flow of traffic through that key waterway, and also a deal on nuclear. The issue has been, of course, can they actually get there, particularly after the strikes we've seen exchanged between both countries in recent weeks, really continuing to chip away at the lack of trust between these two countries. There's also a different issue that's been developing here in Washington, Becky, which is there are many people, and White House officials acknowledge this in my conversations with them, many people in the intelligence community that aren't confident that the Iranians will ever agree to a deal or ever honor any sort of commitment.
That intelligence community that she's talking about, she's just watching Twitch streamers. She's watching this stream and she's getting the real analysis, and she's getting paid £50,000 a day. Chat, please consider giving me money. Please consider subscribing. Please consider donating. I will put the tip link in the chat once again.
Commitments that they might make, and so that's adding to this as well. The president, for his part, though, wants to give.
Yeah, I can't believe Iran doesn't trust us after we attacked him twice in the middle of peace talks. Yeah, that's crazy. That's so weird.
The right,
that's so weird.
Continue with the tax if needed. So unclear where this leads, but I know currently they're optimistic that there will be some sort of announcement regarding the strait in the coming days.
A cargo vessel reported being struck by an unknown projectile in the Strait of Hormuz. You can see where it happened right there, just north of Oman. It lost power, forcing...
I can't imagine, like, this is so funny when they say this stuff, like, oh, it's an unknown projectile. Like, of course it is, dude. It's a cargo ship. Do you think that they have radar and sensors on there that is like, oh, that's an Iranian missile that came from the north? Like, it's just ridiculous. Oh, these fucking newscasters, man.
The vessel to request immediate assistance. The status of the crew at this point, unknown.
This might have been the neighbor's kid's ball.
Oil prices, they are a little bit down this morning. Trying to get a sense up a little bit now. If we just stay here, we'll go down again. We just watch them move.
This is so good. The oil prices get mentioned on CNN and suddenly the market goes, ah!
Prices, they are a little bit down this morning. Trying to get a sense
it's like almost instantaneous.
Now, if we just stay here, they'll go down again. We just watch them move. Right now, more or less flat as we begin the day. CNN senior business reporter David Goldman is with us now.
It's not going down.
In general here, it's still a somewhat tenuous situation.
Yeah, here we go again, right? And, you know, it's interesting.
Oh, it's Ferris Bueller's teacher again.
Prices are down, they're up, they're down, they're up. 8 times since the beginning of the war, President Trump has done this. He has said, you know what, I'm going to call off this massive attack. We're going back to the negotiating table, and oil has
It's going up even more because it's being broadcast on CNN, and the fucking anchor guy this guy's not got a job tomorrow. This guy's not got a job tomorrow. He said it'll go down if we just keep watching it, and it didn't. It probably didn't go down because he said that. Because all the fucking market freaks are watching it, and I don't know what they do. Bet on the market, give it more money, give it less money. I don't know.
And it's interesting, even after that,
they look at the media, this, that, and the other.
Was struck. He's
looking back at the price. He's like, "Oh, does it change? Has it changed yet?"
WTI,
no.
American oil is down. Why is this going on? It's like the president who cried peace, right? Well, let me take you through the foggy mists of time, John, back to June. The Red Sox were 14 games under 500, and oil was down below its pre-war level. This is the same phenomenon that the oil market recognizes, right? As much as Trump is saying over and over and over.
Pump in the market to extract as much value as possible before reality sets in. Yeah, correct.
It doesn't take much
correct.
to get oil all the way back down to $70 a barrel again, because we might be in the same situation where oil starts coming through the strait, and then
I just kind of wonder what Andy Burnham is going to do, right? When nobody in the UK can afford food, supermarkets can't afford to buy food. The food can't get here because the logistics companies can't afford diesel. I mean, obviously, the most obvious answer to all of this is that he's going to bail out the logistics companies first, right? He's going to bail out the logistics companies first, but the price will still remain high for the consumer. So the businesses, the supermarkets will buy the the goods at an extended price, because even though they're getting bailed out by the government, they have an honestly, a reason to do it, in terms of they're just going to do it. They're going to use any opportunity they can. It's a capitalist company. All these companies are capitalists. They're going to, any opportunity that they have to put the prices up, they're going to do it. What kind of sicko wants that job exactly? Yeah, what is going to happen? I feel like it's going to be the logistics companies first. The logistics companies are going to get bailed out, and I don't know. Like, the smart thing to do would be to invest in freight transport. How do you say it, chat? I always say it wrong. Freight transport. The smart thing to do would be to invest in freight transport that uses batteries and electric power. Right, that would be the smart thing to do, but they won't do that for a long time, I don't think. And yeah, who knows what's going to happen in the meantime?
Way too much oil.
It's freight. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, maybe we should prepare for the future that's actually coming, not the future from the 80s. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Situation that we're in right now, where we're trying to get oil through the strait. They don't want to be left holding the bag. That's the situation.
It really is interesting, though, that why they would think this time is different than the one before, or the one before, or the one before, or the one before.
That's it, right? Exactly. I mean, it's kind of like fool me 8 times, shame on me. But this is the thing that they're concerned about, is that he only needs to be right once. He was right in June. Yeah. Oil fell through the floor, and they don't want to be caught in that same situation again if they're long oil, if they think that oil is going to go up.
That's a really good way of putting it here.
And, don't forget, chat, if you want to talk about will our politicians save us? Will our politicians save us? This is a Daily Mail article from 6 days ago, where now climate behemoth is being discussed openly. All of these ads are so insane. There are so many fucking ads on this page. It's fucking ridiculous. Here they are saying, it might sound like the evil plan of a nefarious villain, but scientists now say that we need to halve the Earth's population to save the planet. Over the last 100 years, the world's population has ballooned from less than 2 billion to 8.3 billion people. What else has happened? Yeah? What else happened in the last 100 years?
Now, in a proposal that will remind movie fans of Thanos' plot in Avengers Infinity War, scientists argue the population needs to be eased down to 4 billion by 2200. Brother, we're not making it to 2200 with 8 billion people. Sorry, I don't think that's going to happen. This is all bollocks, obviously, but, you know, this is the Daily Mail saying that instead of doing anything... You know, here we go. They found that in the past 50 years in which the population has doubled, CO2 emissions have more than doubled. The world's biodiversity is halved and the energy use has tripled. Wow, that's crazy. So it's the people, yeah? Yay, Malthusianism. Yay, that's great. Why do you not have uBlock Origin installed? Because number one, I don't commit crimes. And number two, it makes fucking everything run like shit. So yeah, there you go. But anyway, let's crack on.
It only needs to be right once here. David Goldman, thank you very much for that analysis. And we like the trade?
I think we like the trade. I'm excited about that.
Adley Rutschman, new catcher for the Boston Red Sox. Thank you.
uBlock illegal. I don't know, man. Probably.
President Trump warning that Iran has
Probably. It's going to be something to do with the... It's going to be something to do with the fucking Twitch terms of service or some shit, right? I remember reading about that years ago.
to sign a deal with the U.S. to end the war, but he also says
yeah, probably in the UK.
Time constraints on negotiations, as you just heard from David and John there.
This is at least the 5th time.
Well, it's not plausible deniability if I'm not doing it, is it? It's just not doing it. If I'm not doing the thing that may or may not be illegal, if I'm not taking the chance on it being illegal, then I'm not doing it. So I don't need plausible deniability. You just said a thing that you don't know what it means, don't you? That's what happened there. You've heard that phrase before, and you're like, now's the time to use it. And now I'm calling you out, and you're like I got that wrong.
Against Iran since April to negotiate. What is your message to the American people who are wondering what?
I think Twitch actually did get mad at Hassan for telling his viewers to use AdBlock on his streams years ago. Yes, I remember it. Yeah, I remember it.
I don't know. I think we're going to maybe get something, but I want to give him every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have.
See, look, chat. People were saying yesterday, "Oh, it'd be great to see the journalists' faces." Look, here you go. There he is, a journalist who's pissing himself. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who he's with. Who are you with? But he's laughing. He's like, "This is so incredulous." I mean, even this guy that's asking the question, he's trying to be professional, but you can see in his eyes, right? You can see in his eyes, he's just bewildered by being in this situation at all.
Still planned. We'll see what happens.
Iran says it is only focused on negotiations with Oman over the Strait of Hormuz, and that its goal in these talks is to establish a safe temporary route for vessels through the critical waterway, which Iran would control. CNN's Leila Gargazlu joining me now from London. What are you learning as you watch these negotiations where you have President Trump saying, hey, we have plenty of time here, but Iran is going its own way, seeming to sort of walk away from the U.S. and head towards Oman?
What does that mean? CNN really is just a total different type of brain rot, isn't it? You know, when Americans think that they're smart and they go, yes, well, I won't watch Fox because that's crazy. I'll watch CNN. They're the smart, intelligent ones. They do the proper news coverage. They're real journalists. And you just get people just saying, what if Iran was made of cake? You know, what if Iran just are doing whatever they want and we don't know what's happening? And everyone's going, well, yes, Brenda, that's a very good observation. This is what most of the experts are saying. And people in, liberals in America are like, yes, this is brilliant.
Yeah, so Iran has said that they are specifically only speaking to Oman to try to find a...
It must be exactly like the British people who read The Guardian. It's exactly like British people who read The Guardian. The Guardian, every now and then, has a good opinion article or something like that. It will rarely have a good article on Palestine action. There's like some journalism peppered in there. But if you, people read The Guardian because they're like, well, this is the proper reporting, isn't it? This is the proper stuff. It's not like that crap in the sun. And it's like, sometimes you could see Sun headlines and Guardian headlines next to each other, and they wouldn't be that different, you know?
Route for these vessels that have been stuck in the strait.
Just worded in a different way.
To safely cross. We actually heard from one of Iran's negotiators just today saying that they were looking to set temporary arrangements lasting about 1 to 3 months to try to get things moving. Now, many of the analysts that I've spoken to over the course of today have said that for anything to get put together between Iran and Oman, the U.S. would also have to have buy-in. So it's unlikely that we see a deal that really wholly sets the U.S. aside, but it could help kind of ease the pain that we've seen on these shipping vessels, on the oil markets, as David just pointed out earlier. So it is something that could really help. That being said, it's not the first time that we've heard that Iran and Oman are talking about potentially an alternative to the main route of the strait. It's something that's come up time and time again over the course of the last couple of months. And much like everything else in this war, it's very much a time loop, Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about time, there are two things happening here, and the economies are sort of hanging in the balance. Give us some sense of if Iran feels like it has plenty of time to do this, because it too is suffering the economic consequences of all this, correct?
Yeah, the Iranians are feeling the pain of the blockade. They're feeling the pain of the war. You know.
Oh my God, shut up. Oh my God, shut up. They've been under sanctions for literally decades. Ridiculous. Hey, Wolvie Reza, how you doing? Trump has two choices: back off and hope things normalize eventually, or full invasion. But this pump and dump war profiteering crap isn't sustainable. They're making bank, it doesn't last, and they always push too far. Yeah, right. Yeah, they've been under sanctions for 50 years. It's just absurd. It's absurd to be saying, oh, the Iranian people are struggling and you know, when last I heard, the Iranian government was giving subsidies for fucking bread, you know? So, you know, miss me with this shit. Iranian people are struggling. Oh, it's because of America. America's having a really good effect, actually. You know, this is what CNN does. They're like, oh, well, you know, we don't know if negotiations are happening, so Trump looks like a little bit of an idiot, but we're not going to say it out loud in case we get sued. But it's good that Iran is under sanctions. They're definitely suffering. They didn't even say sanctions. They're saying it's good that they're under blockade. They're definitely suffering. Yeah, they are.
Started this war with an economy that already was in dire straits. So they really cannot keep
going. Why was that?
The situation as it stands. That being said,
they can keep going with the situation as it stands.
Have built a whole strategy around being.
She says it eventually.
Sanctions and a blockade, so they have a little bit more time before, you know, they really feel the pain of this economic blockade.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they are feeling the pain of the blockade, but it's going to be a bit of time until they feel the pain of the blockade. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Let's take a look at some OSINT stuff for a bit. This is Yemen. This is from Mensch OSINT. This guy is pretty good. Barry likes him anyway. The Yemeni armed forces announced to have targeted a sensitive Saudi asset at Najran airport in response to the violation of the Yemeni airspace using a Karayel drone. So apparently this is the map that they have, the area that they've targeted on the map. Don't know if this is official or if this is just Mensch OSINT saying this is where it was. Mensch OSINT appears to have also done these. This is from last week. This is a graphic I see. Let's check the schedule. Yemen will respond to Saudi violation of Yemeni airspace. US will respond to Iran strike on Jordan. Iraqi resistant movements likely to respond to Saudi Arabia. Unless a peace deal comes out of nowhere, the situation will dangerously escalate. Lots of missiles and drones may fly in the next hours. So this was on Friday last week, I think. July 29th. When was that? Well, that was Wednesday. So this is from Wednesday. So this is an interesting graphic that we got here. Quite nice. You could tell there's no AI, which is nice. That's good. You could just tell straight away. It doesn't have the crap font. There's no spelling errors. It's got little funny PNGs that this person's just made on their own. Right? Yeah, you know, this is an unsustainable situation to be in. So some interesting OSINT stuff there. Then we've got an interesting take from LBC. On LBC, they've been getting increasingly more and more critical of Trump, and that has been interesting to watch because obviously they are also a neoliberal outlet, and they're trying to remain in the smart center. And I guess that their strat for being in the smart center is to get economists on the show to talk about what is going to happen regarding the Iran war. And this is about economists warning of a UK recession. You don't need to tell me that. So let's take a look at this,
Explodes under Andy Burnham's hopes for the UK's economic revival. The accountancy giant EY, formerly known, of course, as Ernst & Young, said today the UK should be bracing for a recession next year if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. And at the moment...
I think even if the Strait of Hormuz, opens tomorrow, I think next year we will probably have an issue.
That seems like a stone-cold certainty. We're going to talk not about where the war goes, but about what it all means for us here at home in the UK, because EY predicted today that Britain's GDP could slow to 0.5% this year and could even shrink next year if the conflict continues. And that should be grabbing the attention of all of us. Joining me to kick our conversation off this evening is Duncan Weldon, economist and former economic policy advisor to the Labour Party. He's the author of the book Blood and Treasure, The Economics of Conflict from the Vikings to Ukraine. Mr. Weldon, it's great to have you on the programme this evening because we, of course, are going to talk about the economics of conflict in Iran. And for the UK, it is beginning to look like those economics are a very perilous problem for Andy Burnham and John Healey. Good evening to you.
Good evening. No, it's definitely a perilous problem, and I think those numbers, that report today you mentioned from EY, suggesting a potential big spike in inflation, prices rising faster, a big slowdown in economic growth, maybe even a recession. None of that is unlikely if the Strait of Hormuz, this crucial waterway, remains closed. Of course, the big question is it going to reopen? Because, the outlook could change very, very quickly if oil and natural gas starts flowing again.
But, as you will obviously be aware, Mr. Weldon, this conflict started...
Well, as long as we had a good 20 years of growth and progress, that's all that matters, right? Yeah, exactly.
28th. It's now August the 3rd. All negotiations to try and get the Strait of Hormuz reopened have so far failed. Currently, the Iranians and the Omanis are discussing it among themselves. But when Oman a few weeks ago suggested that, like Iran, it might charge per vessel tolls or service fees, the American president even threatened to attack Oman, which, of course, is...
By the way, we're talking about the economy going very badly. What's this? It's Time to Say Goodbye by Gary's Economics. What? It kind of makes sense if you read this Guardian article where it talks about it and obviously exposes the fact that, I think this is common knowledge at this point, right? Got his bickies and everything. He's still got the brew. He's got the bickies. He's got the fake kitchen in the back. Came to wider prominence through the channel and his published memoir, Trading Game. He describes how he made millions as a Citibank employee in the years after the financial crisis. The guy that made money and exploited people's suffering, betting on people's worsening conditions. That's literally what he did. And now when the economy is going to shit again, he's stopping his YouTube channel and I don't know. Well, there's another financial crash happening. So what is he going to do? Is he going to make some more, is he going to make some more money off the worsening conditions of everyone around him? He's had enough of being shit-taught by clueless numpties. What, like me?
Is an American ally. We do have prudently to assume that...
You all know that, I think that Gary's Economics is a prat, right? You all know that I think that.
Normal service in the Strait, normal traffic is not going to resume anytime soon, don't we? I mean, John Healey will be presumably factoring all of that into his decision-making process.
Oh, absolutely. And, we should also be absolutely clear. If, Donald Trump was to sign another deal with Iran tomorrow, and both sides were to say the Strait is open, that there wouldn't be an immediate relief of this pressure. For a start, it's quite a brave oil tanker captain who's going to, steam up the Strait tomorrow, not knowing if it's going to close again the day afterwards. And it's not just that. Lots of these oil-producing regions, such as Iraq, Kuwait, they've had 5 months of not being able to supply their product to the market. They have run out of storage capacity and had to close down wells. Now, oil wells, it's not just like flipping a light switch on and off. It takes several weeks to get these things back up and running. That's before we even start to take account of any of the damage to facilities during the war. So Qatar, which is a big provider of liquefied natural gas, quite early on in the conflict, towards the end of March, beginning of April, its largest LNG, liquid nitrified gas export facility, took a hit from an Iranian drone. They think that's reduced their export capacity by 17%, and it will take them years to repair it. So there is no immediate fix.
So what would you be advising the government to do, both in terms of the economic plans that it's making, but also perhaps in the messaging behind the scenes that it's...
This guy's going to have no answers. He's going to have zero answers. I'll be very impressed if he says anything remotely left-wing.
Presenting to the American government.
I think the messaging behind the scenes to the American government, I think from Britain and from all of the countries of the EU, who are all very exposed to this international energy.
Yeah, it's Kurt Cobain, nuclear slayer.
Should be to reiterate that we are staring down the barrel of a very serious economic crisis. Now, it sometimes feels a little bit like economists have tried wolf on this, because we've had the Strait closed for 5 months. We keep being told we're going to see really serious impacts very, very quickly. Now, there's been a lot of pain. Anyone that's filled up their car recently knows there's quite a lot of pain out there and a lot of price pain.
Powdered at the pubs.
As they might have been. For a couple of really big factors. One is that China, the surprise of almost everyone, has been able to really cut the amount of oil it's been importing for the last few months, running down stockpiles, which seem to be much larger than anyone expected. Now, China can't keep doing that forever. There is a limit to even the size of Chinese stockpiles. And also, there's been a lot of...
the South Korean stock market recently crashed pretty hard, supposed to be a canary in the coal mine.
Running down of, oil that was already in the system.
Pounded at the pumps. No, pounded at the pumps.
But all of these levels of inventory are now getting dangerously low. So we are at the point when we do need resolution in the coming weeks, not the coming months.
There was more evidence today of the economic pressure that is building. We learnt that every...
Financial Times says... Let's have a look. South Korea's president wanted a hot stock market. He got more than he bargained for. Extreme volatility in the South Korean stock market is exacting a political cost as retail investors nursing heavy losses from last week's tech sell-off direct their ire at the country's president. Tech sell-off? Wait, what? Last week tech sell-off? Is that to do with the Chinese chip company that came out and it was like, yep, 300% value in the first day, boom, let's go. Thousands of investors found themselves in the red and facing margin calls on leverage positions last week as the Kospi benchmark fell nearly 40% from its June peak amid a global tech rout. South Korea has been one of the world's most volatile markets as an AI boom fuels bets on the country's chip makers. Yeah, it's the chip makers. That's what I was... Yeah, that's what I mean. The semiconductors, chip makers, it's all related to the China thing. It's all related to the... Simply one Chinese company that was like, we have made very, very good... semiconductors. They're extremely efficient. They're extremely good because we care about products and we don't care about planned obsolescence. 300% in value. First day of trading. We're going to give all of the money to our fucking staff, to our workers. We're going to give it to them in bonuses. And this is crazy that it's having this effect. Huge losses. Approval rating dropped to 44% on Monday, near its lowest since he took office in June last year for Lee Jae-myung. Investors are blaming his administration for feeding a stock market frenzy and hastily approving risky derivative products. Chat, this is all that people are going to be talking about Andy Burnham in 6 months. When the AI bubble goes to shit, right? 25% of the country woke up with their accounts locked up. It's scary. Yeah, like, wait until you see what happens when that shit happens, man. You know, oh, what's that? The banks are all privatized and they're scared of losing money, so they're stopping regular, everyday people from getting their dough. I wonder how sustainable that is. Not very, is the answer to that, dog. It's just nuts. This is exactly what is going to be happening when Andy Burnham, in 6 months' time, is answering questions about, oh, well, why did you not reverse? Why did you not examine Keir Starmer's investments into AI? Why did you not look at the previous chancellor's investments of public money into AI and looked at how profitable that would be for the country? Why did you not reverse that decision? Why did you do nothing? You know? Yes, other than sticky plaster politics. Correct. Now the dam is broken. No one can afford to eat. How long do you think that can go on, fella? No. It's totally related, Wolvie Raza. Don't worry about it. No, I love shit like this. This is more great news in terms of, obviously, it'll make life shitter for every person, every working class person. But, you know, there's only so long that people will handle that. There's only so long that people will endure this. And again, it's more of a reason for us to all invest our time and labor in community gardens, in community, you know. And if you're in the UK or anywhere else in the world, to be honest, buy an extra can of, potatoes or canned vegetables. Jars of beets, jars of fucking pickled shit. All of that shit. Get it all bought. You know, you want like a decent stockpile of scran just in case things go to shit. Huge losses now pose potential risk, political risk for Lee Jae-myung, whose approval dropped. Yeah, we saw that. Risky derivative products. While the National Assembly is not until 2028, Shin Yeol, a politics professor at Myungji University in Seoul, said the retail investor anger might make it difficult for Lee's Democratic Party to win. By encouraging people to invest in stocks, President Lee has brought this problem upon himself. Encouraging people to invest in stocks. Oh my god. Yes, it's much better to know the 60-foot tree is falling so you can step out of the way. Correct. Oh my god. Yeah, where have we seen that before? Where else is that happening? A self-professed former retail investor, he campaigned on a pledge to have been the Kospi reach 5,000 by the end of his presidency in 2030. The index had been trading in the 2,000 range for more than a decade. Yeah, we're going to have to learn how to live how our grandparents lived. Canning vegetables from the garden, baking our own bread, fixing shit when it breaks. Yeah, and helping your neighbors, right? Looking after your neighbors, speaking to your fucking neighbors. Like, you know, this is it. It's over. Like, neoliberalism is done. And it's not because Andy Burnham got into power and he's doing anything about it. It's because it's unsustainable. It's part of capitalism, and it is totally unsustainable. Well, that's very interesting. Thank you for that, Wolvie Raza.
Every single day since the war on Iran began, UK drivers have stolen 200,000 quid's worth of petrol from garages all over the country.
That is also something that is going to be very bad for the economy. It's something that is, now that this has been broadcast, this is also going to make things much worse. Hey Neil, what's up? You know? I hope we have more free time to do all that. I'd love to do it, but need to not have a full-time job. Yeah, but like, you know, I think PBP, what people are saying is that there aren't going to be any jobs. You know?
100 grand.
Like, there certainly aren't any jobs in the UK at the moment, which is why I was freaking out last month about not really, making the daily dono goal, because I'm like, shit, I'm going to have to find a job. I can't. I actually can't, right? There's no jobs. There's nothing. There's nothing going on. Y'all still do a lot of post pay, or is garage not like a fuel station? No, it's a fuel station, yeah. Post pay, what? What is that? What do you mean? No, it's people filling up their fucking cars and then just legging it. That's what it is. £200,000 worth of petrol. Filling up and then paying post pay. Yeah, we do that. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, you fill up the thing and then you pay. But what's happening is people are filling up and driving off. That's what's happening.
Every day.
Every day? Wait, every day? Yeah, where you pay after you fill up. We almost never allow that at the fuel station where I work. Well, yeah, obviously, because they're clamping down because they can see that this is going to happen.
Forecourt Eye, which is the UK's leading fuel crime prevention platform,
£200,000
more fuel is being nicked today versus what was happening in the 5 months leading up to the war. There are 2,872 incidents of fuel thefts in which people either just drive off without paying or fill up and then claim that they have no way of paying.
Brilliant.
And joining me now
to
explain what impact this is having.
That's so good.
On forecourts.
But also very illegal and wrong, and you must never do it.
The country is Juliet Morrison, the editor of Forecourt Trader, a publication which, as its name suggests,
you're not going to catch me feeling sad for oil execs, right?
Retailing sector. Juliet Morrison, thank you.
They're in a car with a reg plate which will identify who they are. I don't really get it. I mean, the thing is, Atomic, is that, like, no matter what they say about the cops are overstretched. Yeah, cops are overstretched. And also, when it comes to, if there's a lot of this happening at fuel stations all over the country, you are going to find that a lot of them don't have the time, and some of them might be able to eat the cost. Like the manager phones up the boss, like the regional director, and goes, "Oh, hi, yeah, we've had another £20,000 nick today." And the regional director goes, "Why aren't you doing anything about it?" And it's like, we phoned the police. They said that they're fucking trying to sort out all the other fucking stations up the road. It's happening everywhere. Like, this is what people mean right now. Obviously, this isn't like anything that I want to encourage. I don't want people to just start stealing fuel and shit. In an ideal world, people are going to be using electric cars, electric bikes, regular bikes, push bikes, right? Trains, public transport. But in terms of bit of duct tape, shiny layer on top, someone else's plate, there's ways. Exactly, yeah. People do fake fucking reg plates as well. That's true. That's fucking true. You only have to be on a bit of road that doesn't have CCTV on it, and you change your reg plate, and then you go to the fucking thing and you do it, right? Exactly. It used to happen fairly often in the 90s for people traveling. That's why we're all prepay only today. I am with you. In the States, right? Crazy. That's fucking crazy. So, what was I saying? Yeah, they don't have the fucking... As soon as a bunch of people start doing something like this, the cops are just immediately overwhelmed, right? Like, this is like, right, imagine if... So, the cops wanted to criminalize Palestine Action. They turned it into a terrorist organization in Parliament and all this kind of stuff. But this is why often what people say is that there are more of us than there are of them. If 50 different groups, all the same as Palestine Action, started doing all the same stuff as Palestine Action, the terrorism thing wouldn't mean a thing. It wouldn't mean a fucking thing. Because how are they going to police that many people? They can't. It's impossible. They're fucking overstretched already. Cops don't have the time. Same issue in America. They tried to charge the gas stations workers at first. It didn't last. They'll have no choice but to convert prepay to prepay. Yeah. It's inevitable at this point. Yes, correct. One of the side effects of the erosion of unions and workers' rights is that theft from shops and petrol stations is now felt to be the responsibility of the shop staff or a minimum wage security guard. It's obviously not, and it used to be a cost of existing. Yes, correct.
Much for joining us on the programme this afternoon. I mean, these are this evening.
That's right, Johnny. You could even get a bit of black electric tape and make it look like another letter on your reg plate. That's true, yeah.
These are staggering numbers and must be having a disastrous impact.
Yeah. The government has been defunding the police, like since it's during austerity.
On businesses all over the country that are trying to sell petrol and either find people just driving off without paying or then saying they haven't got the cash to cover their costs.
It's great, this is so ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's really important to point out and remember is that a lot of these businesses are independently owned family businesses. They might have the BP or the Shell or the Esso.
Oh my God, shut up. Shut up. Fuck me, bro. Oh my God.
Totem pole. But they're independently owned, and so it's not a victim.
No, don't. No, sorry. I'm sorry. You can't tell me that the big fucking BP garage, the Total Garage, all of these fucking garages that are owned by these massive companies, they're franchises. They're fucking franchises. Everybody knows they're franchises. What is this nonsense? I'm sorry, it doesn't make a difference. Doesn't make a fucking difference. Warns of UK recession. One big Tesco order is like 120 quid for 2 baskets. Yeah, exactly. And it's getting more expensive at Aldi as well. Correct. Hello, Sophie. Everybody please go follow Sophie.
Very much. These businesses are feeling it at their bottom line. And you know, it's at a time as well when their costs are increasing. Energy costs are increasing for them, staff costs.
Oh my God, the oil companies, the companies that sell fucking petrol, that buy oil and turn it into petrol and sell it and make an insane profit off the fucking climate change that's happening everywhere. Oh my God, they're struggling so much because of the crisis that they created. I couldn't give a fuck.
They're providing an invaluable service to the community, often 24 hours. And you know, it's a big hit. You just told the figures there. It's astounding, the figures, and it's
just ridiculous that this is the way that this is being framed. But of course, you know, chat, you've got to remember this lady is she's the editor of Forecourt magazine, right? The editor of Forecourt magazine. So this lady probably owns a fucking franchise for Total or you know, BP or whatever, or Esso. Do they still have an Esso? Is that real? I haven't bought fuel in fucking 15 years. It does sound like a magazine from Alan Partridge. I want to have a look at it. What was it? Forecourt Trader or something? Forecourt Trader Daily or something. I don't know. It was something like that. Forecourt Trader. Yeah. Yeah, it's this is the thing. Energy Secretary, what is this? Energy Secretary makes excuses for drive-off perpetrators. Forecourt Eye and Face Watch double down on crime with police reporting app. They put in these. I'm going to have to cycle through a local petrol station tomorrow because I need to see if this is real. That's mad. Bus Concourse Chronicle, yeah. Not my words, Lynn. The words of Forecourt magazine. Healy warns regulators ready to act on petrol price gouging. What does that mean, dude? This doesn't mean anything. BP dealer says consistent failed fuel deliveries are killing his forecourt. 31st of July! 31st of July! Chat, there's going to be no cars left! Yes! There's going to be no more cars on the fucking road. Let's go! Oh my God, this is the best thing that could have possibly happened ever. Forecourts increase in value by 69% in just 5 years. No, sorry, try 5 months. That's why that is. Forecourt Trader Awards. What else do we got? Esso retains... Yeah, they still got Esso. Retains pole position at UK forecourts. Chat, it's £1.57 for a litre of unleaded. Capitalism turns out to be a self-solving problem after 600 years. Hell yeah, let's go. One day, everything just kind of stops. Whoops! We didn't account for sustainability. Uh-oh! Forecourt Trader, man.
Increase or a cost of living crisis as well. But, you know,
Cost of living crisis. Why? Why is that?
For our readers to see 4 or 5 incidents a day, which is a huge impact on their bottom line.
And what does it do? I mean, it can only result in driving the price up further, right?
Yeah, yes. Well,
they're all just saying yes. Yes, things are going to get worse.
Often that will.
It's all going to be worse.
The shops are becoming more and more important for forecourt operators. And
it's so funny. Like, this system is incredible. Like, you know, when you think of the brains on the people who are running this shit at this moment, it's like, okay, petrol is so expensive that people are running off with petrol. Okay, what do? We make it more expensive. The brains on these people. We make it more expensive. That's what we do it. That's how we do it. That's how we solve this problem. We make it more expensive.
We're offering a host of different...
So then the people who could afford to pay it start stealing it as well.
They ever did before, in-store butcheries and local products. So yeah, the cost has to be passed on. They can't absorb it.
The cost has to be passed on. It has to be passed on to the consumer. We can't just absorb the cost, even though we got billions and billions and billions of pounds.
It's a lot of money.
How much is fucking BP worth, man? BP net worth. Oh, it's not. It doesn't exist anymore, does it? Oh wait, no, it does. Market capitalization of 98 billion US dollars in 2022. We have to raise prices because people keep stealing shit. It's been done so many times before. It's all bullshit. The greedy fuckers raise prices to keep their profits increasing. Yeah, literally. Like, you know, it's the same argument that they talk about in terms of, oh, well, we can't pay our workers more because that means that we'll have to put all the prices up to afford them. It's like, no, it won't. It just means that you have to pay yourself less. That's what you don't want to do. We're down to 3 oil companies, I believe. Counts as a monopoly, technically. Oh, yeah, it's not a monopoly, technically, yeah.
In equipment to stop drive-offs, CCTV equipment that can identify number plates and problem vehicles, so that...
Oh, that's funny as hell. You're telling me that there are fuel stations, there are petrol stations that don't have CCTV. Like, she's saying we need CCTV that can identify registration plates. What? You mean like any camera? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Any camera? Like,
the cashier doesn't turn on the pump until they're assured that it looks like a legitimate purchase.
Don't turn the pump on until it looks legitimate. There are going to be so many people attacking fucking petrol station workers. They're not going to be able to come out of the thing. You know, those petrol station counters have been getting more and more fortified every year. And they're not going to be able to come out. They're never going to be able to come out. But the thing is that if they're never able to come out, people will just do all kinds of shit. They'll like smash the place up and stuff. Like, come on, man.
They're investing a lot, and they just need backup now from the police to...
It's clear that the play for them is that there's no promise of a brighter future anymore, not even a lie, just more authoritarian control and surveillance. But even that they'll do incompetently. Right? They'll do it completely incompetently. It's incompetent as fuck at the minute. They're flying by the seats of their pants, especially in the UK. Right? And it's only a matter of time before this shit falls apart or they're forced to do things in a better way, you know?
To the sector to manage and police.
Our local spar is a hole in the wall for night service here already, yeah.
Fills up and then walks, doesn't drive away without paying, but goes in and says to the cashier, I'm sorry, I can't pay for it.
Yeah, so people are using that as a payday loan to give them buying, a bit of time to pay that cost. Sometimes they do pay it a few days later. Sometimes they don't. And the problem is that's what we call no means of payment, and that's a civil offence. So it can be trickier to get that money back.
Oh, there you go. There you go, chat. That's what it is. It's civil. It's not actually, like, seen as theft. For some reason. by the court or whatever. But you better believe they're going to start arresting people for this regardless.
And that's just one of many ways that people are stealing fuel. We've even had instances of trucks parking in nearby fields next door to the petrol forecourt and siphoning with big pipes into the field, into the forecourt tanks, if they've got above ground tanks. And vans turn up and they've got empty containers in the back and they're filling them up as well. So it's a huge issue. I mean, typically a forecourt operator would lose about £50 with one of these drive-offs, but if it's a bit more sophisticated, it could be hundreds of pounds.
Juliette Morrison, I'm really grateful to you for joining.
No, the reason it used to be £50 is because that's how much it used to cost to fill up your tank. It's £120 now, or hundreds of pounds, because that's how much it costs to fill up your tank now. That's why that is.
Joining us on the programme tonight, editor of Forecourt Trader.
Forecourt Trader. Okay, so there you go. Pounded at the pumps. Pounded at the pubs.
Daniel.
Now, we're going to watch something interesting. This is more to do with the Iran war. I watched this in the kind of like the wrong order. I was supposed to watch that at the end. But this is Daniel Davis. And he was on Live Now from Fox, which is, of course, a Fox-affiliated news station. You know, it's got the Fox name on it and stuff. It's not Fox News. It's Live Now from Fox. It's the same font and all that kind of business. It's interesting. And he's talking about why Trump pulled back on the Iran strike. So this is going to be an interesting interview. He's on, generally well-known news station in the USA, and he's going to be talking about how the USA has fucked everything up, which is interesting. Let's hear what he had to say in this 8-minute interview.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. President Trump saying this yesterday, saying they're going to let the parameters calling off strikes. What do we know at this hour? Why do you think President Trump did this?
Saudi Arabia and all of the GCC countries, apparently led by Mohammed bin Salman, said, don't do this. Don't launch this strike, because Iran is absolutely guaranteed that they would retaliate, not just against the United States, not even just against Israel, but against each of these GCC countries. They even put out an actual target list of the facilities that they would go after if President Trump did the big strike that he was talking about and went going after Iranian electricity, Iranian energy, oil infrastructure, reprocessing plants, you name it. They said they would automatically strike and hit these targets. And as we have seen for the last several weeks, that when Iran shoots something, they hit it. And with pinpoint accuracy, the air defense systems are just not capable of knocking down what the Iranians put up there. And it would cause catastrophic loss of the oil flow for the entire region, which of course will affect the entire global economy. And they were, I'm told from a certain source, it says that they were screaming. Mohammed bin Salman was actually yelling at President Trump, said, don't do this because it would be too hard for us. And it would cause problems for everybody else, too. And I think that President Trump finally acknowledged, and I know also that there were those inside the White House that were saying, telling the president, you see publicly with General Grinkovich this week said, or at least it was released in the Washington Post, that we don't have enough naval assets to defend both U.S. and Israeli assets in the Middle East by itself. General Kane was apparently also said about a week ago that we don't have enough interceptor or offensive missiles, and we would not succeed anyway. Even if we hit them, it would not cause them to be forced to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So I think all that together made President Trump realize that this would be a futile effort, and it would set back our ability to get the strait open, not move it up.
And you mentioned that conversation potentially between Saudi leaders and President Trump or just within the last several days. How much influence does Saudi Arabia has? Do they have the president's ear? And is it more so than they had during this 5-month conflict?
I don't think it's any more, but it has to be a lot. Look, we did a joint strike with Saudi Arabia on the PMF, the Popular Mobilization Front in Iraq. We're helping them because we don't want the Bab al-Mandab to be shut down. We want to help them against the Houthis potentially even. Probably we are with intelligence support, et cetera, because that's also in our interest. So they have a lot of influence in here. And obviously they're the biggest producer in terms of the amount of oil that they put out. And it's definitely in our interest to keep them on our side, but it's also in our interest to keep that oil flowing. And if taking this action was not going to pursue and advance American interest and would set them back, that it's just not a good move.
Yeah, and we'll see how long this takes hold, because
Fox platforming people that say the war is lost, that is quite something. Yeah, exactly, Glaze. Yeah, it's so interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah.
We've seen these calls saying they're calling off strikes before, only for these conflicts to be reignited. Is there any indication that this one might be more permanent than some of the other pauses in the past?
It's too early to say. I mean, I'd like to say so, because I'm emphatic about saying that just from a purely military perspective, all of these strikes, everything we've tried for 40 days, then for 2 months of a blockade, and then for 13 days of consecutive strike, there's nothing new we can hit that we haven't hit before, that we didn't succeed in getting in. And of course, that primarily means these missile cities that are under granite mountains. Our ordnance will not penetrate the mountains. It doesn't matter how many we fire. So it's not a good place to go down, and the more we try to do the militarily unattainable, the more problem we're going to have, because we're going to further diminish our military stockpiles and potentially expand this war into a more of the oil infrastructure, which can't be fixed in a short period of time. That's the real problem.
How much are the stockpiles? And the Trump administration, they push back on just the number of which they have in terms of Patriot missiles and other interceptors to defend some of the Gulf allies. How much of a factor is that, though, the U.S., their capability to strike down, and how much they have in resources and artillery left?
Well, listen, I mean, you can look at what the Iranians have done all throughout the 40 days. They fired back constantly, hitting our targets, all during the 13 days. Every time we fired something, they fired something in return. So there is no evidence that I have seen that shows that they're a diminished capability at all. In fact, it looks pretty steady. Every time we fired, they fired, and we weren't able to stop it. And everything they shot at, of course, they hit. And so that shell tells you whatever the actual number of interceptors that we have, however low it's getting, even what we have is not impervious, and stuff is getting through now. So you can imagine if we start running short, or God forbid we should get into an unexpected war in the Asia Pacific or in the European theater of operations, you see that it could be a big problem. So we got to be thinking beyond just what's going on in the Middle East of our larger security requirements.
Yeah, and the posture in the region, some of those assets that might be in other portions of the world now in the Middle East for this. What's it going to take for the negotiations to take hold? We talk about a framework, we talk about the buzzword of a parameter in a deal. What keys are you looking forward in that deal that would benefit the United States?
Listen,
I can't believe they have him on saying this. Yeah, it's crazy, right? I suspected we'd start to see these ex-military guys start making appearances in mainstream TV. Yeah, it's only a matter of time, right? The tide is turning.
It matters what both sides will agree to. I had been talking on my show for months before the MOU was signed that the position publicly of the two sides was so far apart, and they claimed that they were getting closer, but the things they were saying were way apart, and said until you get one single document that everybody can agree on, then there is no deal and nothing can get done. But we finally got that with the memorandum of understanding, and then once it was signed, then we went on a different direction and had different interpretations of it. In my view, there's two realistic possibilities. One is we're going to have to go back to the MOU, and we're going to have to do all the things that were required of us, and we're going to have to ask the Iranians to do all the things that were required of them. But let's be honest.
Oh my God, chat. Daniel Davis on Social Blade. Oh, it was March 9th. Oh, right, okay. I thought that this was going to boost his subscribers, but it's not really. He gained 3,000 subscribers today. Just looking at Social Blade. I mean, did this happen today? Is this video from today or yesterday or what? Or did it come out 10 hours ago? Maybe the date is not in there. 1 million views over the last 30 days. Holy fucking shit, dude. He makes either $30,000 or $400,000 a year. $2,000 to $45,000 a month. You know, $2,000 a month on the low end is very good. Yeah, it must be nice. Yeah, that's what I was fucking thinking. Monthly gain subscribers, April, July. Yeah, maybe the date is not in for August yet. Right? He got 16,000 in subscribers. I don't know. We'll see. He popped off in April as well, and I guess that's just because in March and April, it must just be because of the Iran war.
Got to be, right? It's the only thing he talks about.
With that 14-point memorandum, most of the
he
things
works
required
hard.
us
He's
to do
grafting
something
all the time.
up front. That's one path, and it's hard, but it's at least possible. The other path is to just basically declare victory. President Trump has kind of previewed this a few times and said there's
nice, so that's great.
So hard and cause so much damage. It's going to be months before they, or years rather. He said decades before they could fully recover. And especially the nuclear facilities had been badly damaged. We had the satellites on them. If they try to reconstitute those, we can take them out, et cetera, and then just walk away, because then you don't have to worry about negotiations. But if anybody thinks we're going to get a new deal that's better for us than the MOU, you're going to be disappointed, because the Iranian side sees the leverage they have with this Strait of Hormuz now at 153 straight days under their control. They're not going to give that up, so we're not going to get a better deal.
Yeah, President Trump has said they will open the Strait of Hormuz.
$1 to $12 monthly earnings. Yeah, it has me figured out. Yeah.
Indications at this moment that the Strait of Hormuz is opening or soon to be open, a green light for vessels to go through?
There's not. As a matter of fact, I looked through Kepler and several other outlets this morning, and in the past 48 hours, a whopping total of 2 oil tankers had gone through. So that was about 4 million barrels of oil over a 48-hour period, instead of the about the 27 to 35 million barrels that ordinarily would go through. So basically a trickle. So it is still closed. What anybody says or believes, the fact is that's not getting through there. And the thing that keeps it closed and keeps Iran in control of it are assets that we cannot stop, which is namely those missile cities, because they can fire either long-range missiles or long-range drones almost whenever they want. And there's even other things with the speedboats and torpedoes and other things that haven't even brought in all of their capabilities. We just can't stop all of it. So unless we get them, unless we agree to something that they can agree to, they're not going to release that control. And that's a hard pill for us to swallow, but I don't see another way around it.
All right, very good. They have halted the...
He's clever. He's being really blatant and blunt about it, but he's also tailoring his message for a Fox News audience. Like, it's a bitter pill, it's a hard pill that we're going to have to swallow, rather than Trump doesn't know what he's doing. Like, you know, we watched him on his broadcast, right? We've watched his videos. He's very down to earth. He says what he thinks, right? Within reason. But about this particular war, he says what he thinks. And he's not doing that here.
President Trump calling off, at least for the time being, saying there's a parameter of a deal in place to stop the war in Iran. Retired Lieutenant Colonel, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. You're on Live Now.
Always my pleasure. Thank you.
All right. We have a...
All right, let's head live to Ramallah now, where the
statement from the Palestinian foreign minister of the Palestinian Authority, who is talking about Israeli settler violence. Now, of course, the Palestinian Authority are compradors. They collaborate with Israel and all this kind of stuff. So for them to be speaking out about it is quite interesting. Let's have a listen and see what they're saying.
Palestinian foreign minister is holding a media briefing to address Israeli settler violence in the occupied West Bank. Let's take a listen.
What we are witnessing is a deliberate and systematic use of Israeli settler terrorism as an instrument of entrenching this unlawful occupation and colonial settlement enterprise. If we look at settler terrorism, we see that it spares no area. I mean, I just picked several areas, and the list can go on and on. If you look at Jalut, Taibeh, Deir Dibwan, Mas'udiyya, Beit Imrin, Susia, Deir Jrir, Masafer Yatta, Til, Beit Furik, Beta, Atuf, Ras Al Ahmar, Khirbat Halawe, Al-Mghayr, Huwara, Asira Al-Shamaliyya, Burin, Qasra, Qaryut, Qarawat, Bani Hassan, many others. It's everywhere. It's from the north to the south of the West Bank, sparing no village, no city, no town. The atrocities committed in Til on July 24, like those before it, and probably like the ones that will come in the future, are not isolated incidents. They are part of this systematic campaign of terror aimed at driving us away and out from our land and facilitating Israel's illegal settlement and expansion. And
Damn, what are you going to do about it, though?
the annexation of the whole of the West Bank.
Like, it really is extremely sad. I know that there's arguments to be made, and maybe I'm being a bit tight, but the Palestinian Authority are constantly just doing the things at the behest of Israel, right? They're not going to do anything about it. They're not going to mobilize any kind of police. They don't have any. They're not allowed. And even if they did, they would get battered like Huzza. They know that this is the case, right? It's why they don't rebel. Because they want, you know, to have a slow death, I guess, rather than a quick one. If it happens. And, you know, so that's why I'm saying that. In case anyone thinks I'm being rude to this Palestinian lady who's in the government or whatever, I understand. But it just grinds my gears, right? That's all it is.
Over the past 3 years, settler terrorism has undergone a dangerous transformation. I mean, we've had settler terrorism before, but there is this dangerous transformation. It has become more organized,
See you, Glaze. Thanks for hanging out.
more heavily
Hey, Buniri.
armed, and more destructive. Armed settlers and militias today operate openly and across the occupied Palestinian territory under the protection of the Israeli forces or in direct support of those forces. Across the occupied
Imagine if she was like, I mean, have you seen the new Louis Theroux? Exactly.
territory, Israeli settler militias are killing us, inflicting torture, including sexual violence, burning homes, attacking places of worship, destroying livelihoods, and forcing entire communities from their land.
What? Israelis? That doesn't sound like them.
Today, we should always say that occupation no longer merely tolerates settler terrorism. It increasingly relies on it. It's not just, a group here and there, a number here and there, like Netanyahu boasts. It's only 100 settlers that are doing all this havoc. No, it is an organized terror on which the occupation increasingly relies. What we are witnessing is not a failure of law enforcement, but the progressive institutionalization of settler terrorism as an instrument of Israel's occupation and territorial expansion and annexation. But let us be very clear. International humanitarian law clearly says that Israel, as the occupying power, bears the primary legal responsibility for the safety and protection of every Palestinian civilian living under its occupation. And we all know that this is very far from what is actually being carried out. That obligation requires Israel not only to refrain from harming the protected population, but also to prevent, suppress, investigate, and punish violence or terror committed by Israeli settlers. But Israel instead has chosen to arm, protect, and empower settler militias and guarantees them impunity. Now, when the occupying power protects attackers instead of the protected population, these crimes of the settlers cannot be dismissed as private measures by settlers or as private acts of violence. They engage the responsibility of the occupying power itself. The state, as an occupier, is responsible.
All right, for more on this, you've been listening to the Palestinian Foreign Minister discussing the increase in violent settler attacks in the occupied West Bank. We're going to go now to our correspondent, Nida Ibrahim, who's been following the story for us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, settler terrorism has undergone, quote, a dangerous transformation. What did the minister mean by that?
She means that it's no longer just separate settler attacks that are being conducted by extreme settlers, right-wing people who are just being out of the law, trying to intimidate people, but rather an instrument of the Israeli system that is acting in a way to dispossess people from their lands, to displace them and replace them by Israeli settlers. She challenged the Israeli framing of the settler violence, which Netanyahu has been talking about in international media, trying to say, you know, these are just a few random settlers, we are trying to combat them, trying to label this as a failure of the security institution to confront them, when indeed the state has been arming these settlers.
None of them are asked.
None
of them are actually asked. Chat, this is my full-time job. I do this for a living. And I rely on donations from the chat in order to keep going. Please hit up the tip link in the chat. You can see that we've raised £29 so far towards a £990 goal for the month. If everyone in the stream donated £5, we would smash the daily portion of the donor goal of the month. But of course, you can also subscribe. So please consider subscribing or donating. And supporting the stream in order to help me pay my rent and my bills.
And enabling them to continue their attacks with no accountability whatsoever. And we've just reported in the past week how Aoud El-Hadalin had been killed. His shooting was filmed on camera. It was analyzed by Al-Haq organization, showing several elements of how it's clear that this is the settler who killed him. And he still roams free after a 3-day house arrest. This is not random. This is not just one incident here or there. This is a systematic, organizational, instrumental part of Israel's occupation, which is to get Palestinians out of their lands one way or another. And settler violence is one instrument, one key element of implementing Israel's annexation of the occupied West Bank.
Chat, it is so disgusting and muggy today. It's not even that warm. It's just like very, very humid. It's like sitting in a fucking steam room in this gaff, right? And I had a shower before the stream. I've had 2 showers today. Had a shower in the morning before I did anything. Had a shower when I got back from the gym. And I am pretty much, I've got beads of sweat. Yous have apparently got mad thunderstorms on the way. Oh, mamma mia. That'll be great. Thunderstorms are amazing, aren't they? They will just clear the humidity very rapidly. Kind of makes me want to stay up. Maybe not today. Let's take a look. Anything throughout the night? No. 2 p.m. Thursday? No, not seeing it there yet. Oh God, I hope so. Please, please, thunder. I mean, at least it's cloudy. At least it's cloudy for the rest of the week. That's the main thing. Humidity, daily high, 83%. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the Met Office forecast. I mean, I hope it's wrong. That would be good.
While Israel has not declared this annexation on paper, on the ground, we see it happening day in and day out. Every commute from one city to another, from one village to another, can be a deadly journey, can be a dangerous journey because of these continued settler attacks. And these settlers do not stop at just attacking Palestinians on the move. They burn homes, they steal livestock, which is very important for the Bedouin communities to stay where they are. That's why they've been displacing. Their violence has been the real reason for displacing tens of and dozens of Bedouin communities of the lands that they've been on for decades, the only homes they've known. So that transformation is what the foreign minister is talking about. It's settler violence as a key instrument of Israel's annexation and how the Israeli government is enabling these settler.
Chaza Ward, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Let's go. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness. You're like a new chatter or something. Following since last month. Thank you very much. Thank you for the sub to Mandy, Sagler, Let's Go Brampton, Audra, Berkeley Pit Power Swimmer, Geru TV, Opractisk, Awesome Stella, Tuesday Blue, Jimmy Hennessy. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. And we got a nice little hype train before the end of the stream. Chat, if you want to keep the hype train going for the rest of the stream, that's up to you. We got like another half an hour or so. Keep subbing. Keep gifted subs, etc., etc., etc. I added something to the thingy before. Now, let's just go for this. Let's go for the classic. We're going to listen to some tunes while the hype train goes on. And again... Oh, it's a treasure train. 35% off 5+ gift subs, chat. You know the score. Chat, there's a 24 sub goal every day. We've just halved it, pretty much. We just need another 14 to hit it. In fact, we had some subs earlier on, actually. We had Dr. Maggot and Latex Drool. Oh, no, that was yesterday.
The government is staring back. This is how they know you best, with a dick in your right and a mouse in your left. No more interest in the Middle East, so they look at you while you in the middle of a troop.
Hey, yo, Red Bear, thank you for the £10.
Put the equipment to the use. Why you think you pay the tax for?
Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Let's go.
The roof, at least it's put to good use. The government knows. The government knows. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you're whacking it. The government knows when you feel.
I'm here today, though. Gonna support always, bro. You're underrated as fuck. Hope you grow. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Latex Drool.
Yeah, they can see your dick.
Chaz Ward says, don't get to watch often, but appreciate having a British voice. Thank you so much. Also, hi, Admiral Poppin' Fresh. To say hi to Sound Killer earlier. Hello, welcome in. Chat, you know the score. We got 2 minutes 15 left on the hype train. 76% of the way there to level 4. Already at level 3 thanks to the massive 10 bomb from Chaz Award.
Webcam, looking at you is Uncle Sam. Look him in the eyes with your balls in your hand and stick it to the man. In the zone, weird look on your face. This is how you're stored in their database. They're all around, they're all no wimp. The only dick they haven't seen is Edward Snowden's.
Sounds like something from a Toby Fox game. 10 years ago, this. Way before Toby Fox. 2 years before Toby Fox. I think. Oh, was it 2015? I don't know. Less than a minute to go, chat. We're on 50 seconds on the hype train. You want to see it continue? Sub someone up in the chat who doesn't have a sub badge. You can even donate via the tip link. I'll take it into consideration. Oh yeah. Chat, we're entering into sudden death. We got 15 seconds left. Is someone going to save the hype train? Let's find out. 10 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat. Appreciate you. The treasure train.
Chaz Award, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. And of course, Red Bear, thank you so much for the £10 dono to the tip link. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let's get back to the news, eh? Here we go.
In order to achieve its program.
Yasui Yasai says, nice. How is the Manchester club scene? Totally gentrified. Completely fucking gentrified and unaffordable. It's been destroyed. It's horrible. It's nasty. It's like everything in this fucking city. They're just trying to turn it into London. Completely soulless. There are very few places that are going Manchester nowadays where it actually feels like fucking Manchester. And it's really sad. And even some of those places are having to close. That's what my sister said in Berlin as well. Yeah, this is what happens, right? This is what happens with gentrification. They just, you know, at the end of the day, people who lived and worked in Manchester before all this happened and rents went up, now, you know, need to ask for more money at their nights because, you know, these are, you know, grassroots promoters, right? London came to Manchester, so Manchester sent Burnham to London. I mean, it's more like Burnham turned Manchester into London and then went to London because that's what he really cares about. That's the reality of it. And I think, you know, yeah, it's going to be the same in other cities all over the world, right? It's going to be the same everywhere. There's just going to be, you know, as things get more and more expensive, like I said, promoters have to ask for more money for their nights. Poorer people can't go to those nights, so they get less people going. The posh people who, you know, end up going are alienated from the working class of Manchester, so they feel weird. They don't know people. They get people speaking in an accent they can't understand. Same in Edinburgh, yeah. Yeah, everything in my local city is more expensive and somehow way shittier. Yeah, bright person, yeah. It's happening all over the place, you know. So, yeah.
Displacing Palestinians and get their lands.
So there you go. Al Jazeera report on the...
Can we just ask you about the Home Office revoking your visa? We're from...
Al Jazeera on the West Bank violence in Palestine. And we're now going to check out a very interesting thing that I saw go by literally today. This video came out today. Channel 4 are in the States, and they're talking to Hassan briefly. This shot here is very funny. Him looking directly in the camera. Yeah, they went to Wisconsin. Oh my God, it's Channel 4 from the BBC. You know, this is interesting because Keir Starmer banned Holy Bejeebus. Keir Starmer banned. We got the Hassan Piker here as well. Yeah, he was not expecting a British accent. Yeah, because obviously Keir Starmer banned Hassan from coming to the UK, which is very funny because, you know, he's not like exactly going out and telling people to build dual power and this, that, and the other. He's mostly telling people to engage in the bourgeois electoral system and this, that, and the other. And whatever your opinions of Hassan, it's indicative of the way that people are cracking down on Palestine and what have you, right? And there's a lot of hypocrisy going on with people that they banned and people that they haven't banned. And, you know, right-wingers, for example, they haven't banned right-wingers from making appearances in the UK in the same way. And so this is interesting that Hassan is going to be on British TV. He's going to be on the news, and his opinions are going to be broadcast. And apparently he's very candid. And let's have a listen and see what he says.
News in England.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs that the Labour government did such an undemocratic thing. But I guess that's the state of the world now. That's the state of liberal democracy now. I didn't have a problem going into the country under Tory leadership, which, you know, clearly I'm at bigger odds with.
They've said that your presence in the UK wouldn't be conducive to the public good. Do you think that...
Yeah, that's right, Crescent, yeah.
Abdullah Said's campaign being associated with you?
No, I don't think so.
Will it put off some voters?
No, I don't think so.
This is so funny, right? What we're experiencing here, in case you missed that chat, what she just said was, do you think you being banned from entering the UK will put people off voting for this candidate that you're endorsing. That is quintessentially Britain still thinking that it's relevant in any way, shape, or form. There are people in this crowd who don't know who Channel 4 News are. Yeah, and this is like, you know, look at the crowd, chat. Like, these are all well-to-do individuals, right? These are all fairly, middle-class looking. They look like they're at some kind of middle-class venue or whatever. I don't know who is this Wisconsin. Who's the person that they're supporting? I'm not sure, but like, you know, look at the place that they're in, right?
The Western world, I think.
And there's going to be people here who are just like, who's that? Channel 4? Is that one of ours? You know? Yeah, dead countries still thinking it's center of the universe. Correct. Yeah, absolutely. It's so embarrassing.
Recognizes that what Israel is doing is a genocide.
Francesca Hong, thank you, Crescent. Yeah. Also, everybody go follow Crescent Moon and Star.
The people are pretty united on this issue.
Another great lefty streamer.
Governments move in the direction of repression. You can't really hide from the truth, and you can't really hide from the shame either. So,
thanks, Crescent.
You know, it's a setback, it's a hurdle, it's a real shame as well, especially considering that, I mean, I personally thought the UK was a bastion of liberal democracy, that these values like freedom of expression were values that especially the Labour government would be committed to. Hopefully there will be some attitude shifts happening with Burnham.
The government says it is committed to those values, but it says that your presence, you threaten those.
No, I don't have to pay any vet bills, Crescent. My mum and dad thankfully bailed me out. So don't worry about any of that, okay? But I do still need money to pay rent, and I do still need money because I missed a week of streaming last month altogether. Collectively, more than a week of streaming, to be honest, like a regular week of 4 days and an extra day. You know?
Conducive to the public good because of some of your rhetoric.
Yeah, of course the government is going to say that. They're not going to be like, yeah, we hate free speech now, but were they really committed to it with the pensioners that they arrested for the Palestine action protests that were taking place? I don't think so.
Yeah, this is another thing he's bringing up. Like, you know, some people might be like, oh, that happened under Keir Starmer. But this, in fact, has happened this week. They have been arresting people under, this Section 12. You can't be in the vicinity even of these protests. Like, police have been saying, right, you're being arrested under Section 12. You're not allowed to be here. They were accusing people of assaulting police officers. All the standard cop shit. Where they were trying to just like, you know, do anything, make any excuse. Because they've just been told by the chief inspector or whatever, right? Yes, it's happened under the Labour government, not just Keir Starmer. Correct. That's the right way to say it. Yes. Hey, McGinn, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Let's fucking go. Chat, that means that actually we only need another 8 subs in order to actually hit that daily sub goal today. Audra, how are you doing? Your beard is extra mighty today. How's everyone doing this fine Tuesday? All the better for seeing you, Queen. Or Themperor? What do you prefer? I can't remember. They, them. Yes, Themperor. Themperor. Thank you so much for stopping by. And everybody, please go follow Audra Reigns. Please. Yeah, it happened to the Labour government. Anyway, what was I saying? I was saying Themperor is peak. Is that bad? What would you prefer I say? Just Audra, yeah? Thank you for being here, Audra. All the better for you seeing. It's great. Okay, good. All right, so McGinn, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Seraph Blue, Lil Sandino, Flexibility, Love and Trust, Chris, Crix X, and XCath3. Thank you so much for gifting subs to those people. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. And if we get another 8 gifted subs today, that's pretty much the daily sub goal done. I think combined with the donos, it might be peak. I don't know. We might have peaked it. We might have got it. I'm not sure. But yeah, thanks so much for the support today, chat. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate you.
Repression from a government that recognizes that they are out of step with the needs.
We're almost a fifth of the way to the monthly sub goal that I have now created. We are a fifth of the way to the monthly sub goal. Let's go. Oh wait, what did I do? Oh yeah.
That's what I meant.
The needs of the masses.
Everybody go follow Audra Raines, please. You'll enjoy their streams so much. I promise you.
Change from their government. That is the fundamental of liberal democracy, something that I believe in, something that I'm fighting for here in the United States of America, as the Trump administration is putting democracy in the crosshairs. And it is a real shame to see that exact same mechanism of repression get repeated in a country like the United Kingdom.
But has Hassan read Forecourt Monthly? I thought not. Exactly. Why aren't you reading Forecourt Trader? Forecourt Trader Monthly, Hassan.
Will deny, obviously, the United Kingdom's
Of course
government.
he's going to deny it.
Will
They're
you
not gonna say they're
apply?
fascist.
Will you apply to go again?
Wait, hang on.
Get repeated in a country like the United Kingdom.
It's something the country will deny, obviously, the United Kingdom's
Of course
government.
he's going to deny it.
Will
They're
you
not gonna say
apply?
they're fascist.
Will you apply
That's pretty good. I like that.
to go again now that Andy Burnham is?
The Democratic Socialism baseball cap is kind of cringe. Yeah. He's in his big cringe area. That's something I've been saying about Hassan for a while. The Graham Plattner, the backing of Graham Plattner, the whole hog, Democratic Socialist thing, the suits, also the hat. It's all very cringe. All of it. I'm gonna be real. You know what I mean?
Yes, of course. And there's, we're in works. There were a bunch of different conferences that I was supposed to.
The Brad Lander backing as well. I mean, I think that Brad Lander is a little less bad than Graham Plattner, right? Like Brad Lander is, he's a guy that is sort of wavering on the fence about Israel, right? And of course, it's totally unacceptable to us. But he's like, he could end up going the way, or he is adjacent to Bernie Sanders. I don't know. I don't know what his whole strategy is there, or whatever. I know that Mamdani was, backing him and stuff like that. The Graham Plattner call in InfoWars was great. It was fucking insane. I was in the gym. I've told you, right? I listened to the InfoWars stuff in the gym, and I'll just be lifting, and then something will happen, and I'll just be like, I've got the. I was in bits. It shredded me. It's just, I just got the headphones in, and I'm like. I'm just laughing and I'm trying to lift, and it's no, Atomic, I would really recommend it. It's really fucking funny stuff. Sophie, you sent me a bit of it, and I didn't watch it because I didn't understand what bit you wanted me to watch, but you sent me like the whole broadcast of like Tim Heidecker. He calls it Tim Heidecker Emergency, right? Tim Heidecker on Emergency. No, the channel on YouTube is literally InfoWars. Is it InfoWars? Wait, hang on. Let's figure this out. Wait up a minute. It is, right. It is literally InfoWars on YouTube, right? I followed him last time he shouted him. Oh, you did. You sent me an You sent me an interview with him about doing InfoWars. Yes, that's right. I need to watch that. So if you're right, yeah. I need to go back and watch that. Conservative hero Lucas Riley is fighting for the Second Amendment. What is this, man? Second Amendment. This guy's great. So they have like two parts of the show basically, and this part is this guy. He's like a Tucker Carlson guy. But yeah, the voice is great. It's just insane.
Our God-given right to own and operate firearms without government interference. America's forefathers made sure it was the very first thing in the Constitution for a reason. Now, some days it feels like the Second Amendment is the only thing standing between a functioning
It's the first thing in the Constitution.
Some kind of woke communist nightmare. It's what separates law-abiding American citizens from the animals and criminals and demons and bugs. Just like anything good in this life, the Second Amendment is under attack. But thank God a new generation of brave young Americans is fighting for our right to bear arms and so much more. My guest today is a rising star of the conservative movement, and rightfully so. I've been impressed by the clear-headed and unapologetic celebration of gun ownership and American Christian values. He stood his ground.
I already know what it is. I already know what's going to happen.
And the best part? He's only 8 years old. Lucas Riley.
The recurring bit of him wanting to be shot for clout but not die is really funny. Yeah, so he keeps saying, if you've not watched this chat, if you haven't watched any of this guy, he keeps saying, do you think I could be shot in a way where everyone would really feel sorry for me and I'd make a lot of money but not die? It's fucking brilliant. It's so good.
Best part?
Oh my God.
Haggerty Show.
Hi.
For 35 years, I was part of the problem.
See, this is it. This is all it. He's doing the Tucker Carlson bit. He's like, I was part of the problem. I was in the mainstream media. I got out.
A mouthpiece.
I escaped.
Mainstream media.
Oh, it's so good.
Lies and kissing their feet, all while they turn me into something I'm not. But now I'm free of my corporate shackles, and my only business is freedom. My name is Jim Haggerty.
One of the best moments of this show is when he says, this is what got me laughing in the gym. I think it was a couple of days ago. He said, when our Lord and Savior returns, what's to stop him being addicted to pornography?
And you are being lied to.
Great. But also the name of the show, I'm Jim Haggerty and you are being lied to. Perfect. Perfect.
Lucas, you've been everywhere lately. Glad you're able to find the time. Now, in case anyone out there has been living under a rock lately, tell us how this all started.
I'm trying to do his voice, Crescent. I'm trying to do his voice. I'm not going to get his accent right, you know?
So
I'm not going to get it right.
My dad's closet, because that's where a lot of my toys are in there. And I opened a drawer. I saw his gun by accident. He showed me how to use it before, so I picked up the gun. And it felt basically the same size as my BB gun, but a little heavier. When my mom and dad walked in, I pressed down on the trigger. I didn't mean to press down that hard, and it shot them.
No, it was pretty good. Anywhere USA. Oh, thanks. Yeah, there you go. Jesus and his 12 Gooners is so good. That's so good.
And terrifying. What kind of gun was it?
It was a black gun. It was about this big.
Ah, neat. What happened next?
Everyone was crying and yelling. He took the gun.
I'm glad I watched this on the stream because there's no way I could have watched this at the gym.
They said that they were dead forever. And now I live with my grandma.
This kid's great.
That's right, Lucas. You didn't do anything wrong, ever. You were in your own house, on your own property, and unlike the police who stripped you of your Second Amendment rights, you did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
And ever since, you've been on a meteoric rise. Some people are even calling you the next J.D. Vance, the next Ben Shapiro. Heck, even some people are calling you the next Haggerty. Don't get any ideas. So,
the kid is great. It's so good.
I miss my mommy and dad. I want to go back home to my house.
And of course, almost immediately, the left tried to politicize the whole thing, like Mayor Petey here, who said,
"What?
This senseless tragedy could avoided. Another example of how we need common sense gun laws in this country. We need to...
This tweet could just be from any day, literally any day.
Seriously examine what happened here to make sure it never happens again.
Oh, my head
happens again. Why do you think anyone in their right mind even cares what this direction?
Yeah, they removed the date on purpose.
I don't know.
Well, the libs are coming for us both, my man. You're not coming away from it. Your face has been everywhere. T-shirts, hats, You got a new haircut?
Yeah.
Fucking t-shirt is ridiculous.
Last week you were on Rogan. You're on Theo Von. You sat ringside at a UFC fight in Vegas.
It was loud.
And not to out you here, but I also heard a rumor that you were in a big deal closed-door fundraiser with Peter Thiel.
I don't like Peter. So scary.
What are those?
Magnet tiles.
Well, it's no wonder that the big money donors are taking notice because a lot of people are calling you the future of the Republican Party.
He tried to steal my blood.
After this, can we play the clip?
I hate this. And I want to go home. Before.
Wow.
Is this a parody? Are you joking?
Be like how it was before. I think a lot of Americans feel the same way. We want it to be like.
I mean, okay. To be fair to you, yeah, it's hard to tell in the USA in 2026. It could happen. It could be real. It could be real.
Was before.
No, you can't sit there and be like, it's done well. They started off by being like, he's the champion of Second Amendment rights, and they're asking him, how did this happen? How did you get interested in guns? And he's like, I took my dad's gun out of the closet and accidentally killed my mum and dad.
DIY nonsense before Biden, Kamala Harrison and all that. Oh, was that CPAC?
Kamala Harris.
You to speak at CPAC? That's funny.
Not your roasting me in a heat wave.
Who reached out?
I missed that.
Was it Christie?
You gotta lock in to the Mule stream. That's how it's gotta go. You can't miss a beat. There's jokes that I made at the start of the show that I'm gonna call back on, and none of you are gonna understand it because you weren't here, you weren't listening. You've got to be here on time. You've got to understand, take notes. Yes, there's a quiz at the end.
Did Christie reach out? It was Christie. I know it was Christie. Unbelievable. Fucking bullshit. Attention, Patriots. If you're like
They
me,
got these fake ads as well. It's so good.
bullshit. Attention, Patriots. If you're like me, you practically can't live without hog water. And now, for a limited time only, you can get our special edition Lucas Riley Hog Water 12-pack.
Hit it, shut.
Let the liberals, demons, and freaks know that you're a hog water hero and that you support Lucas Riley, one of our last remaining good American men. It's available in Lucas's favorite flavors: fruit punch, chocolate ice cream, and Sprite.
Yeah, we gotta get a hog water remote. For real.
Drink if you're over 31.
For real.
But I think Lucas can have a taste. Did you like that?
He's smoking a cigar.
But seriously,
the room's full of
who's more
smoke.
evil, Bin Laden or Zelensky?
I don't know.
I know. It's hard to choose. And frankly, there's still a whole lot we don't know about your parents, right? Were they Antifa?
This is me. This is me sitting like in a room with my granddad when I'm like 6, and he's just smoking a pipe being racist. This chat, this happened to me.
Were they pedophiles? Were they violent protesters? Here, you want one? That's okay. How many cups of coffee do you drink a day? I'm up to 11.
Coffee.
11.
Gross. This is long.
All right, we're with Lucas Riley, the future face of the Republican Party. And I've got to ask you something that I ask all the guests on this show. What is a woman?
It's like a lady like my grandma, or my aunt, or my mom.
See? It's not that hard, people. Oh, you know, the more I talk to you, the more I'd vote for you. He's charismatic. He loves guns. He's a triple threat. I'm serious.
Oh, that's great. This is what would happen if something like this happened in the States, right? If the commentariat class just decided one day that they were going to elevate someone who shot their parents to starhood, it would happen, right? And this is how it would happen. I think that what InfoWars is doing at the moment is really funny. Obviously, it's The Onion and Tim Heidecker, right? I think it's really funny. I do like referring to it as InfoWars, unironically, though, because that's what they do all the time. They're like, InfoWars is doing great stuff. Yeah, it is. Yeah, we are. Like, someone... They reposted a thing on YouTube today. I was looking through YouTube to watch something in the morning, and there was a post... And it was someone saying the new InfoWars is a psyop. It's designed to make you think that liberals have taken over the channel, but they haven't. It's CIA or something or whatever. We've got to follow InfoWars. We got to subscribe to The Onion to make sure that these liberals know that we're not fucking around and shit. And they were like, yeah, it's true, we're a psyop. I think it said something like, yeah, it's true, InfoWars is a psyop.
It's clear from your story that
it's
you're a
great
good shot, right? And if you had a gun...
I don't have a gun. The policeman took it away.
I know. But hypothetically, if you did have a gun, could you shoot me but only hit me someplace where it's not that dangerous?
I just want to go home.
Oh, Lucas, you are home. In the conservative movement.
Thanks.
Maybe like in the shoulder or the leg, someplace where it seems like I could die, but I survive. Maybe I'd do like a fist bump in the air, that kind of thing.
I really don't like
Truly,
guns.
though, Michael Knowles was interviewing that little girl, asking if she wanted a cigarette or something. That's true. He did. He debated that little girl, didn't he?
They're scary.
For a full, in-depth 6.5-hour interview with Lucas Riley, click the link now.
6.5-hour interview with Lucas Riley. That's so good. Oh my god. What a fucking quality fucking bit. Oh my god, it's so funny. It's so ridiculously funny.
Had to take part in digitally. Now, in the age of the internet, it is also additionally silly to try to restrict movement in this regard. But I think it was more so a message. It was a message.
The guy running as Republican for governor in Colorado has supposedly killed at least one person at the age of 7. He won't answer if he has killed more. Oh, hell yeah.
Everybody else that to think twice
Classic.
Before they speak out against
They let Nick Shirley in the UK. Yeah, that's right.
Israel and against the UK's relationship with Israel, against the United States' relationship with Israel. It's very frustrating. And it also has an additional compounding effect in terms of growing anti-Semitism. Not only is this false association of Zionism and Judaism very harmful for Jews living in the Western world, and it's something that I actually ironically warned about the last time I was in the UK when I spoke at the Oxford Union, which is what I was supposed to do this time as well before I got banned. It's also very harmful for democracy in general. We should not feel comfortable about our governments taking action like this.
And what about some British Jews who say they feel uncomfortable that some of the criticism of Israel does tip over into anti-Semitism? Some British Jews say that makes them feel very unsafe.
Yeah, I'm sure, but it pales in comparison to any other kind of, like, still, even though it's increased, even though it is a thing that happens for sure, I'm not going to sit here and say it doesn't. It still pales in comparison to any other kind of marginalization across the board by a staggering distance.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. Totally understand that. It's something that I oppose. Anti-Semitism is something that I fought back against. It is the canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's completely unacceptable. I'm an anti-fascist. I'm uncompromising on those values. I will always fight back against anti-Semitism as well. The fear can sometimes be very valid. And sometimes I think the fear steps into the territory of defending the nation state of Israel and its...
No, I think the right way to say this, he's kind of flubbed this a little bit. The right way to say this is that there are some incredibly terrible actors, and unfortunately it is the loudest voices who, use that to defend Israel. You just say that. Like, yep, there are the definite real increase in attacks in terms of like, online verbal attacks and this, that, and the other against Jewish people in the UK and across the board. But more often than not, people who are saying that stuff are just in support of Israel, and they're saying, oh, I saw a Palestinian flag, therefore that's an act of anti-Semitism, right? That's what you have to say. You can't just be, I do think that his messaging on this, especially when you, you're talking to a big news outlet like Channel 4, right? Yes, uncompromising except for supporting a certain totem config candidate. Correct, Kairos. Also, hi, welcome in. His message seems to have gotten worse. This is what happens when you hang out with people who are dulling their politics. They're dulling their politics in order to win in the liberal bourgeois electoral system, right?
Actions. I think people are people, countries are countries. I criticize Saudi Arabia vehemently.
You're not suggesting the fear isn't real for people who feel the fear?
Of course not. And I do think that there is a legitimate reason for it as well. I think there is a...
everybody go follow Kairos, by the way, another great left-wing streamer.
Anti-Semitism has historically exploded in times of Israel's sieges in Gaza. And this time being the most consequential one, the most violent one, has also led to an increase in anti-Semitism. We believe that is partially born out of this false association between Judaism and Zionism, a false association between the nation state of Israel and Jews living in the Western world, Jews all around the world. We oppose that, and we will continue fighting back against that, no matter what people say.
Are some in the Democratic Party, in the establishment, out of touch with how many younger voters especially are feeling about issues like Israel and what's going on in Gaza?
Absolutely. I mean, it's not a secret. I think this race, as well as many other races that I've played somewhat of a role in, I had the honor to work alongside.
Hey, Zach, what's up? Everybody go follow Zach as well.
It's growing in this country, has proven time and time
How
again
you doing?
that it's not just about Israel, but a litany of different issues as well. It's about corporatism. For some, it's about capitalism. But for many, it's about corruption. And
if I remember rightly, the Dems' own voters' support for Palestine is like 90% or something. Yeah.
Interest from our politicians to address some of these economic pains that people are experiencing. I mean, after all, this is exactly what Donald Trump ran on as well. He said he was going to fix the prices, and yet prices remain quite high. There's a real affordability crisis in this country. He said he was going to run on a peace ticket, that he was going to be the peace president, and yet he has started countless wars and only continues to leave the world in a state of disarray. A lot of people are very frustrated by that. It's not just the Democrats either. There are a lot of independents who are frustrated by this too, and there are a lot of Republicans who are frustrated by this too. And I think it's fine for DC to be bubbled in and to be completely out of step with the needs of the masses, at least for the time being, because this is a real opportunity for campaigns such as this one, such as Abdul's, such as Malak Kiros, Chris Rabb, many people who are here right now, Donovan McKinney, who's running tomorrow as well in the primary, to really shine, to show that there is an alternative perspective out there, one that centers the needs of the working class rather than corporate interests, because for far too long that's been the only game in town. But we're coming.
Are there parallels with how...
Reform is coming, chat. Don't worry about it. Reform is coming. This stuff is good. At the end of the day, it's a net good. What's happening, right? This has always been my take on liberal electoral politics. Engaging in electoral politics, in the bourgeois system, right? Is that it gives a needle indicator, if that makes sense, in terms of what I'm saying as to how the country is feeling. And of course, if democratic socialist candidates are getting elected mainly because of their support for Palestine in primaries where the candidates, maybe the only other difference between the candidates is that, they support Palestine or they don't, right? It's a good indicator of where America is at in general. And the Republicans
even amongst Republicans, support for Israel has tanked. It's over. You know what I'm saying? And there are people who are probably going to be getting elected, in November, who are anti-Israel, or at least quiet about Israel. Right? They're not open about it or about their support for Israel. So it is good. In general, but it shouldn't mean that anyone stops organizing or goes, oh, it's going to be okay if the Dems win the Senate in November, because of course that's just one part of it, right? You have to engage in building dual power. You have to organize. You have to build tenant power, worker power, everything, right? You have to do it. Band-aid capitalism, Keynesian is something. Yeah, it'd be nice if they throw something for union funding or crack down on union busting or something. Yeah, absolutely. You were saying this in your stream yesterday when we raided you. Yeah, 1,000%. Like, there does have to be, like, for these parties, like, what you're highlighting there, Zach, is that in order for any kind of political candidate in the bourgeois system to actually be adjacent to any kind of revolution, they have to at least bring in abolitionist reforms, right? It can't just be reform, a liberal reform. It has to at least be an abolitionist reform. We did an episode on that in Red Planet. On Red Planet, we did that years ago. We did it with FD Signifier, I think. I can't remember. But yeah, we were talking about how you can't, at the end of the day, engaging in the electoral politics system, if you want to be adjacent to dual power organizations and revolutionary organizations, you have to at least be fighting for something way more radical than the average person, right? As a new viewer, fair if you ignore this. Do you think that platinum tattoos should have been a red flag from the start? I try to be reformist, but I get red lines. No. I think that look, at the end of the day, for a new viewer, what I would say is that I think that attaching yourself to any kind of particular brand or ideology or whatever you want to call it, like, if you say, like, I want to be a reformist, right? Don't bother with doing that, right? You can look at various different things. For example, you can look at multiple different candidates that Hassan has endorsed, and you could go, yeah, I actually like their politics, right? I like me personally, I like Mamdani's politics. I like the things that he says. I like the things that he's doing. I like that he's doing things at the behest of tenant unions. I like the things that he's doing at the behest of state-funded grocery stores, all this kind of stuff. It's good stuff, right? And you could just choose to like someone or not. The Platner thing, I think, should have been a warning sign. Yeah, it should have been. When we say the phrase red flag, I think a lot of the times people think that means you should just discount someone straight away. If you take the proper meaning of it, which is that it should be a warning sign, yes, absolutely. I think it was a warning sign. I can, the way when I first heard about that, because I was very disaffected, distanced from it, right? I was totally distant from the Platner stuff. I remember saying at the time, I was like, look, you're just gonna get, you're in the heart of the imperial core in America. You're gonna get people who support candidates like that because it's fucking America. You know what I'm saying, right? I was willing to believe that it was a tattoo that he got and I didn't believe any of the stuff about him. Oh, well, we thought it meant something else. I thought that was total tripe. I was like, there's no way. He's just covering up. He knows it's a Nazi tattoo. He got it because he was being edgy. He was a fucking murderer in Iraq, right? That's what it was, yeah? Now, do I believe that he could have totally reformed himself and he wants to rehabilitate and not be that and he wants to be anti-imperialist? Yeah, I thought, yeah, you could give a guy like that a chance still, right? But then, of course, everything else about it was quite clearly not him being that, was it? Right? Yeah, there was no evidence of reform at all. So but yeah, that's my take. I think that totally, it should have been a red flag, and I think that then, for example, if I'd have heard some of the things that I've learned about him since then, right, I would have gone, no, yeah, this guy's a bad guy, and it's not the place for electoral politics in, for him to be rehabilitated for whatever he's done. Like, this is not the place for it, right? So that's my take on the platinum stuff. Electoralism is the red flag. Do it, but don't trust in it. Trust in politicians is really just faith. Yeah, no, exactly, Zach. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to, you can't hold it to be, this is going to save us. It's not going to save us. You should do it. You should engage in it to a degree that you want to engage in it. If you think that there's a local candidate that you want to, like, tell your neighbors about, right? For example, if you want to gauge your neighbors on how they feel about housing issues, on how they feel about migration, on how they feel about all these various issues that are discussed in the media and the news and stuff, it's going to be a great way to figure out how your neighbors feel, and then you can, off the back of that, right, you could create an organization in your local neighborhood that actually addresses these issues. Like, for example, if your neighbors are concerned about migration first, but then you actually get their real material issues, and you find out that actually they're more concerned about the rent, then it's time to help them create a tenant and residence association, right? And that's totally the way that you should engage in it, right? I wouldn't give a guy like that, hi pretty by goof, I wouldn't give a guy like that a chance as a political candidate. You're rehabilitated, cool, plenty of work to do, join in. Not any position of power like that though. No, absolutely, right, absolutely. I think electoralism isn't exactly favored here regardless, so fairs. No, yeah, no, it's totally not something that should be focused on whatsoever. Like, it's good to look at it, and it's good to comment on it, and it's good to cover news associated with electoralism, but in terms of, like, you can't just sit back and rely on it. These guys aren't going to save us, right? They're not going to fucking save us. We're going through it in the UK at the minute. The Labour Party is done. It's over, right? They're just neoliberal bastards. Even Hassan was talking about it there. He was like, wow, the Tory government was fine with me, but the Labour government isn't. What's that about, bro? You know? So there you go. What else? He kept the token cough specifically because he reminisced wistfully about his time in his life where he shot people in the Middle East. Yes, correct, yes. Mamdani's the best kind of politician possible within the American capitalist-owned system. Many like him. May they pry loose what meager concessions they can. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's what it's about. Like, those kinds of people should be... Like, look, here's the way to remember this kind of a thing, yeah? You've got Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King, who was one of the main leaders of the civil rights movement in the USA, and you have Malcolm X, who was another big leader of the civil rights movement in the USA. And those two sort of guys on the same issue, but Malcolm X being far more radical and far more, engaging with other organizations that were far more radical, meant that there was a dichotomy, right? There was a dichotomy where civil rights in the USA, it was seen as, okay, well, look, we don't want to end segregation, but, like, look at what these Malcolm X Nation of Islam guys are doing. That's scary and terrifying to us, the white bourgeois the white bourgeois class, right? And we might as well have the compromise, which is Dr. Martin Luther King. They obviously killed Dr. King anyway, but in terms of, winning civil rights... Yeah, no, of course they said the same thing about MLK. They said, to be clear, they said Martin Luther King and Malcolm X were both scary, but Malcolm X was scarier, right? That was the whole bit of it, right? Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam, they were way scarier than the already scary. So we might as well have the less scary one, right? So lesser evil worked, right? Not necessarily, there's obviously no liberation for black people in the USA, obviously, that goes without saying. Yes, the radical flank, right? At the end of the day, that's what this should all be about. Like, the radical flank influencing people to get the wins, right? And that's why the radical flank has to keep happening regardless. So, you can sit here and you can look at this electoralism and you can be like, yeah, let's do this. But also, the radical flank has to exist. Like, it has to exist, otherwise, all this is for nothing. This Democratic Socialism America shit, It's like how White Rhodesia tried desperately for a compromise government before collapsing. Yeah, absolutely. This is the thing. Absolutely. Absolutely, it happens all the time. It's like, it's a negotiation. It's, even though Trump is a psycho and he's saying, I do the deals, you are making a deal with people. You're negotiating. You're negotiating with the working class. Sorry, you're the working class negotiating with the ruling class. And at the end of the day, whatever leverage you have depends on the broader movement, right? So again, if, the Democrats are going to start rejecting various different, candidates and shit like that, they're going to rat fucked people, etc., 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 then, what leverage have you got to try and get them to compromise? You know what I'm saying? Like, the argument should be, hey, you want to elect these fucking people who are a bit, like, less radical, because there's a radical flank who are way more radical and way more scary, and that will push them to be more radical, but then the radical flank should still exist, because ultimately the goal is to keep pushing things left, yeah? So, the argument is sharpen every tool, right? Sharpen every fucking tool, but particularly don't put your faith in electoralism, right? Just don't do it. There's no point. At the end of the day, the collapse of capitalism is happening around us now. The collapse of the empire is happening around us right now. It's happening. And what you've got to do is remember that your neighbors are going to need you, who has been watching the djmuel stream and learned very basic things like, oh, if you want to start an organization, the best way to start it is just with a WhatsApp group, right? Your neighbors are going to need you to be able to do stuff like that. Your neighbors are going to be able to need you to understand and help them with things like, who is making our life shit? Who is making our life shit? Is it the politicians? Is it the landlord? Is it my boss? Is it, John next door who happens to not be the same skin color as me, right? So, that's what's going to be important in the next few years. That's what's going to be really important, because the government is not going to just do these things. The government would much rather, Telegram is better and Briar is the safest. Yeah, but I'm not talking about, like, look, this is what I'm saying. Like, it's too complex. When you start to say things like this, it's too complex, because, what are your neighbors wanting to organize? If they just want to, like, get better tenant rights, you don't need to get people on Telegram. No one's going to download Telegram. No one's going to download Signal. People have WhatsApp. You have to meet people where they're at. There's no way, like, Betty next door, 60 years old, hates the fucking landlord. You've agitated her. You've radicalized her. Who's downloading Signal for her? Has she even got a phone? Right? Listen, like, you have to understand, people out there, right? They're not, she's got a fucking landline. That's what I'm saying. These are the people you're going to have to speak to. So any of this, she's waiting for a telegram still from the 40s. Try my prior message. Try my prior message. Signal master race. Wait, what do you mean? Try your prior message. Your prior message is Signal. And I just said, Betty's not going to download Signal. She's not going to do it. Setting up Signal and adding people was a pain in the ass for me. I wouldn't ask my older neighbors to go through that. Yeah. The cat one? I can't see it. Oh, right. Leftist intellectualism is like a group of mice dressing up one mouse as a cat, and that mouse then goes and hangs with the cats, and the mouse cat either slows the cats down and or doesn't become cannibalistic. Yeah. A woman I spoke to had a phone with a physical dial pad. Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is why you have to get out and organize, because at the end of the day, like, the things that you read about on the internet that are like advanced leftist class stuff, it's not relevant to your local neighborhood. It's not relevant to housing rights, workers' rights, stuff like that. What are we talking about? Download Signal. Why? Because you want to go on strike? It should be fine to go on strike. You're not planning any kind of like direct action thing. You're not planning any kind of like insane, huge subterfuge against the state. You're planning on doing a protest outside your landlord's, whatever, like letting agent hub. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to start with these really basic things first. Otherwise, it's not going to go down well. It's just going to be dead before it starts. So yeah, that's my take, right? That's my take. at the end of the day, our neighbors are going to need us to understand this stuff. They're going to need us to understand how to just, you know, organize, come together, have meetings, find leverage, find points of power, power mapping, who's in charge, who's causing the issue, you know, which CEO is in charge of which company, which CEO, you know, and you can find all this on LinkedIn. Like, you as the person on the internet, you could do all this stuff. You can research all this stuff. You know how to use Google, etc. You know how to use other more intelligent ways of organizing. That's for us to do, right? That's for us to do. You know, Betty and John, or fucking, you know, Abdul Malik, you know, these, you know, older people or people who are not online enough, you know, they're gonna need us to do that bit, right? To do that stuff, but then they just need to know how to meet every week and talk about it, yeah? Meet every week and talk about it. That's how you get it started. And it's got to start. You know, so go outside and organize. Anyway, that's the end of the rant. I'm gonna raid someone. It's the end of the stream chat. Thank you so much for all the support today. Really appreciate that. 15 subs and like £13 in dono. I'm happy with that. As always, I'm happy with all donations and support. And thank you very much for doing that. I enjoyed the nearly 2-hour tangent at the start. Yeah. I'm glad that people liked it. And yeah, we properly, you know, nearly hit the sub and dono goal. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone who's donated and supported. We're going to go raid someone now. Don't know who. Let me have a look. Who's streaming? Let's have a look. Who do we got? Yeah, thank you, everyone, for all the support in every way. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the donos. Thank you for the subs. Thank you just for being here. Thank you for the
good folks so you.
Thank you for lurking. Yeah. Thank you for lurking. Thank you very much. We're gonna go raid Cinemarxism. Brett is doing an IRL stream starting soon. Literally just started 13 minutes in. And you know, if you want to know about organizing in the USA, Brett is your boy. Brett knows this shit, right? Election watch party. Yeah, he's doing that stuff. He's Brett, one of the most touching grass American streamers that I know, is you know, commenting on elections. So you know, make of that what you will, Americans. You know, I've given you the British perspective, but that's here's the American organizer perspective. Yeah, so you could get more of a perspective from the American point of view from Brett. Anyway, I will see you all tomorrow. I'll be back same time, same place. Again, thanks for all the support. Stay excellent to each other. Peace and good night.